Hello everyone. I hope you guys are doing well today. Hold on. Let me bring up chat real quick. Give me a sec. Chat's so funny sometimes. It doesn't want to appear and then other times it does. Okay, I think we're good. Ready to go? Hold on, chat. There we go. Okay. Hello everyone, thank you for stopping by, really appreciate it. We have more Virche Evermore, more fictional pretty men. I am excited. We're gonna finish off with the general route today. I'm not sure how much longer we have. We technically haven't met Scien yet, so that's still a bit of ways to go. I'm assuming maybe like 2-3 more hours of gameplay. Then we have the individual routes. As I said before, we're gonna start with Mathis's route next week once I start the routes. Because there is like a route order for the gameplay, and I know this is really lore and story intent, so I want to do that. I think that's all the news I really have. We're just gonna go ahead and get started. Last time we met Barreau, the serial killer who is massacring these people, and we also found out that there is a second type of death where people just claw at their chest like crazy and then rip out their own hearts. We do not know why that one is happening, so looking forward to figuring out that mystery. We had a little Mathis moment. It was really cute. He kind of apologized for his actions. Understandable considering he was going after the guy that killed his dad, but Mathis doesn't really have fighting capabilities as far as I know. So yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and continue, and hopefully we can meet the last love interest because we only saw like a quick cameo of him. Hopefully my sound's on, right? Yeah, there we go. Adolphe and I were heading as inconspicuously as possible to the place where everyone planned to meet. Right, we're doing all of this under the books. No one really knows what we're doing. Lucas was still unconfirmed on his stance regarding the corpse investigative activities. He also had more business at the hospital to attend to, so he did not accompany us today. We arrived at a normal-looking house, a ways from the main street. Whose place is this? Oh, for the little agency that they have. Okay.
改めまして、このクルーンの店主、イブです。畑仕事から迷子の捜索、家具の修理やゴミ拾いまで。困ったことがあれば、何でもお引き受けいたします。どうぞごひいきに。なんてね。
He's so cute. I cannot wait to romance this man. He spread his arms wide and greeted us with joy. I see. I heard about your business, but I always wondered where your office was located. I didn't think it would be in a residential area.
もともとは俺の家を改修して作った店だから。
Okay, interesting. Beside me, Mathis looked up and down the building with sparkling eyes. Look how cute he is!
通りかかった建物や民家を見た時から思ってましたけど、こうして間近で見ると、クーネの家ってこんなに小さいんですね。
Well, we're not as rich as everyone in, what was it, Chedis?
坊ちゃん。
ひっそりとしていて、とてもじゃないですが、お店には見えません。
I just love how fascinated he is by this house. Rich boy things, right?
坊ちゃん。坊ちゃん。
それに簡素だし、一瞬何かの倉庫かと思いました。
坊ちゃん。なあ。
It's not his fault. Mathis grew up in a rich area. He doesn't know small houses.
まあまあ、シュリーの屋敷からすれば大半の家は小さいよ。それにさ、これはこれで逆に味があると思わない？秘密の隠れ家とか名店っぽくて。
言われてみれば、隠れ家。とてもロマンのある響きですね。中はどうなっているんでしょう。なんだか ドキドキしてきました。
おい、そこの執事。今からこの不法坊ちゃんの価値観直さねえと、ろくな大人にならねえぞ。
It's fine, he's young, he's just amazed by everything.
すみません。後ほどお説教しておきます。
The differences between the people of Cohen and Chedis were really apparent in a situation like this.
地味なのは事実だろう。せめて看板をつけるなりしたらどうだ。その方が依頼も増えるだろ
う。それはちょっと憧れるけど、評判が広まってくれたおかげで今のところは依頼に困ってないんだ。
だからって外観で唯一映えるのが
Oh.
ってのは店としてどうなんだ。
Yeah, those flowers aren't really regarded well here. Understandable. Adolph pointed to a bed of beautiful licorice flowers near the outside wall.
まあ、それは正直俺も思う。依頼者たちや俺も通るたびにヒヤヒヤしてるわ。
今気づいた。リコリスがこんなに大丈夫なんですか？これ近づいた瞬間に死んだりとか。
大丈夫大丈夫。みんなも知ってるでしょ。リコリスは傷つけたり伐採しなければ何輪生えてても周囲には影響ないから。
That was true, but even I thought that it might be too much. It can't really be helped since licorice grows naturally all over the country. In fact, wild licorices grew in our flower garden back at the orphanage. But seeing so many growing together like this is amazing.
ええ、個人の邸宅にここまで群生しているのは俺も初めて見ました。
Yeah, with the whole curse picking them and dying, if you see a flower bed of them, you just gotta ignore them, right? Just don't touch them.
ここまで増えてしまうと自然に枯れるのを待つしかありませんね。イブさんのご心労お察しします。
ああ、それはどうも。それよりほら、ここでずっと立ち話してるのもなんだし、店の中へどうぞ。俺が入れたものでよければお茶も出すしさ。臨時休業のプレートを掲げるから少し待ってて。
Who's this? New character?
せっかくここまで訪ねてきたのに今日お休みなんですか？
Hmm? Bree turned around at the sudden cry. Who's this? Sitting next to the front gate at the end of the path was a young man, looking on with his shoulders slumped.
君は？もしかして俺たちに何か依頼？はい、依頼です。それはもう大事な依頼です。具体的には僕のお給料と休みが左右される。
He probably had a glimmer of hope left, despite Eve's plan to close up shop. His hair swayed as he looked up.
あなたたちが噂の安心安全信頼度抜群なかのクルーンさんですね。
He grinned wildly. A grin so wide that you could almost hear a laugh. His smile was cute beyond words.
はじめまして。僕はダハト。
Dahato. Alright.
セルネボルの研究所に勤める1階のリサイバー研究者です。
Is this how we meet Scien? Okay. More info, please. He introduced himself loudly and proudly.
僕の上司っていうか、この国のリライバー技術の頂点にして、
Ain't no way.
シアンさんがあなたたちをお呼びです。
He is what? I thought he was just a regular researcher. Hold on.
どうかこの場で深く詮索はせず、ご同行いただけないでしょうか。
Before anyone could say a word, he straightened his back as a black electric car stopped behind him.
まあ、 拒否権はないですし、したらしたで
Hello?
国族になっちゃいますけど。
What do you mean? You just met us. Okay. We have no choice but to go with this man. He looks like a freak. He might be. You never know. The small figure researcher in front of us spoke the warning in an eerily friendly way. Hold on. Jojo's walking in front of me. Jojo, go sit. Go sit, buddy. Go sit. Okay, so you gotta go to the research institute. Wonderful. Parted from her fate to kill. All right, I think it's the last part of the general route. I do know this man has a red room.
万能だった。万能ならば、この哀れな命を救ってくれと、呪われた人々は祈りを捧げ、ならば応じてやろうと、神は指先一つで呪いに抗う体を与えた。どうしてそんな気軽に奇跡を与えてやったんだ？かつて神へ静かにそう問うた男が一人だけいた。神はこう答えた。そんなの退屈だったからに決まっているだろう。
Jesus Christ, of course. Because I was bored. Bro, that actually kind of hurts when a god just says, yeah, I was just bored. Our pressurized landscape and standard of living vary dramatically depending on the distance from the central area. Lycra's field surrounded the outskirts, and further in was Cohen, the commoners. The wealthy lived in Chedis. And, like, the royalty and all the researchers, right? This was Cerneville. Oh, I said that completely wrong. The central district, where the latest in technology was concentrated.
さあ、その中でもこの国立研究所こそリライバーの生産、記憶のダウンロードを行える唯一の施設。
I am very interested in this technology. They didn't dive too well into how this technology really works. They just tell us what it is.
国内で最も優れた技術と僕も含めた優秀な科学者が集う最高峰の機関なのです。
The young man spun around with his arms open wide with pride. From where I stood, I could see the giant facility where I periodically delivered letters from Mother. Right, why did Mother send letters to this place also?
この国で育った人間ならガキの頃に教わる知識だがな。
まあまあ、お互いの認識に齟齬が生じてないか確認するための説明ですよ。
We originally planned on holding a discussion at Korun about our investigation, but we were prevented from doing anything by the bright young man standing in front of us. He, along with his staff, drove us to the facility I had visited many times before. This game likes flashbanging me, man. We were missing two familiar faces, one of whom was Jean, who left to gather information on Barreau and Chedis. Is Mathis with us? Okay, Hugo stayed behind. The other was Hugo, who was just about to get into the car with us and Dahoot. He had to leave to handle an argument in Cohen, which another corps unit had called in to Adolph's transmitter. I can see Jojo causing mischief on the side of my eye. I wonder if I should really have come along, especially since I'm not with either the corpse or Kurun. But Dahoot didn't say anything about me, or Mathis coming along.
基本的な知識をお持ちということは、誓約書についてもご存知ですよね。
By pledge, do you mean the paperwork required to become a reliver? Jojo, he popped up his head beside me. Hold on. What you want, buddy? Hold on, let me let Jojo out of my room real quick. I think he wants to go. Okay, back. I recall Lucas touching on it briefly during his lesson at the orphanage.
はい。その申請を行った人たちがリライバーとして新たな体を手に入れ再出発するのがこの施設です。
この度は大変お世話になりました。
Oh right, the girlfriend we saw.
クローン体になるのはこれが初めてですけど、聞いていた以上に快適なんですね。
死ぬ直前の倦怠感や苦しさが嘘のようでしょ。
Come to think of it, I saw someone who just turned into Reliver a few days ago. What that also meant was, normal people like us weren't allowed to set foot inside unless we were preparing to become Relivers.
今回は特別に僕から皆さんへ
Okay.
関係者として入館許可を出しました。ですが当然、許可のない研究室やエリアには原則立ち入り禁止。
Honestly, I'd be too scared to.
シュディの近衛兵とは違って、ここを守る警備兵たちは仕事熱心で乱暴なので、痛い目に遭いたくなかったら、くれぐれもお気をつけを。それでも無断で侵入したり悪いことをすると、
Yes?
最悪極刑です。
Wonderful. You're fine, Mathis. Mathis, you're fine. Just stick with me.
あはは、笑顔で言い切ったけど、冗談じゃないよね。
だろうな。なんといってもこの国立研究所は王族が住む城を拡張して作られた正真正銘この
Oh,
国の最高機関だ。
so it's connected. I wonder if I'm ever gonna see the royal family in any of their routes. I looked up at the pointed tower spire. That's where the Arpachelle royal family lives. Oh, in the very back, okay. But the royal family rarely appeared in public. It didn't practically participate in governing the country. In fact, I barely even remember the name of the current king. So they're the royal family. Is it more just a name, like their family's been ruling, but they're not technically in charge? Come to think of it, I wonder how much the royal family knows about what's happening in the country. They must have commanded the royal guard to collect the bodies. There is also the gag order in effect in Chedis, but they still needed to perform autopsies for the other deaths. I can only hope that the royal family will properly investigate the incident. Though not out of faith, I faced the castle and prayed quietly. Dahoot led us through the area without informing us of our destination. Perhaps he had grown tired of explaining things, as he pushed on ahead of the pack.
思ったより城の面影が残ってるな。
ところどころに浮いてる光で描かれた絵のようなものは何だろう。あれは館内の情報管理システムです。この施設内では書類のほか最新のシステムを用いて情報の伝達が行われることもあります。
I looked closely at them as he spoke. There were pea-sized devices on the floor below them that seemed to be projecting the images into the air.
わあ、すごい。なんだかあの門を境に別の世界に訪れたみたいです。
Yeah, it's so pretty, like magic.
マティスの住むシュリーにはこういった技術は普及してないの？
いえ、全く。自動車と通信機が揃っていれば十分先進的な方です。
この国の技術はセルネボルがほぼ独占してるからな。こっちに普及されたところで持て余すだけだろうけどよ。
If the residents of Chedis didn't have it, Cohen certainly wouldn't know about it. Of course, there were a few facilities the Institute supported, such as orphanages, but even they were few and far between. I only recently saw a transmitter for the first time when Eves was using it. Eves said himself they didn't know how to use one before.
この程度はまだまだ序の口ですよ。研究室にはもっとすごい技術が溢れ返っていますから。ちなみにあれはお客様用の館内ナビゲートなので、特に使用者の制限はされてません。
Touch the screen, touch the screen.
もしも僕とはぐれて迷子になってしまったら、あのシステムに話しかければ案内してもらえますよ。
I suppose it's not uncommon for guests who haven't been here before to lose their way. Once I thought of it that way, the system felt much more reliable.
た、だ、し。
Yes?
右下に表示される緊急マークだけは絶対に押さないでくださいね。
Alright, I'll make sure not to do that. Hopefully.
あれをうっかり押すと、防火用の隔壁が降りてきて、しばらく閉じ込められちゃいますから。
Understood. We'll be careful. I love her cute little determined face. I shudder to think of what would happen if I accidentally touched it.
それにしても、まさか今ここにいる皆さんの中に一人もリライバーがいないとは。
Oh, that is true. None of us are relivers.
通りで全員揃って物珍しそうな顔や新鮮な反応をすると思いました。特にそこのお兄さんはパッと見20歳を超えてますよね。
ああ。
呪いの症状がだいぶ進行してません？バックアップは早めに取っといた方がいいですよ。
いずれ。
Is he ever going to? He seems so indifferent about the whole
逆に君
process.
は平均よりずいぶん早い年齢でリライバーになったんだね。ああ、やっぱりここまで堂々と文様を出してればわかりますよね。というよりも僕だけじゃなく、ここの研究者およそ500人、漏れなく全員がリライバーですけど。
Ooh, that's interesting for the research facility. So that means even if you're researching something, if you die, you can just come back and continue researching it for years and years, way past the usual human body limits.
それじゃあ僕より年下に見えて。
はい。こんな可愛い見た目ですが、結構なおじいちゃんなんですよ。
Oh, I love that line. I may be cute, but I'm actually an old man inside. But you act cute. I like that though. Old man, but still cute at heart.
わけあって15の時にリライバーになりまして、以降ずっとこの姿のままです。白衣がなければとても研究者には見えませんよね。せめて外見だけでも年を取れればちょっとくらい貫禄が出てくるかもですけど。
So Reliver's appearance can never change.
はい。姿はバックアップを取った際の遺伝子の最新情報に固定され、老いることも若返ることもなく、永遠に同じ姿のまま。精神年齢も肉体に引きずられ成長しなくなるので、僕のように若い姿のまま研究者になれる人材はごくわずかというか、他には例がありません。
I didn't even think about the mental age aspect. What Dahoud said was the same as the lessons I learned as a child. Mother hadn't changed in appearance in all these years, and neither had her personality. Oh. So you're basically the same person despite all the new experiences you have. If I recall correctly, Hugo also referred to himself as old. But I couldn't see any difference between the way he bantered with Adolphe and Eves and the way they did with him. Which was why, although we had heard about what it meant to be old from stories of faraway places, we had never witnessed anything like it in Arpachelle. If not for the stories, it would have been impossible to imagine. The elderly live hidden all around us. Relivers who call themselves old were aged only in their memories, the collection of which would continue to grow indefinitely. We continued our conversation, passing by a number of staff as we made our way deeper into the facility.
到着です。長々と歩かせちゃってすみません。セキュリティの関係上、研究者用の個室は割と奥の方に配置されているものですから。
Oh, okay. So the researchers live here. Understandable.
こうしてお客様を招いたり、ご飯を用意しに行くときとか、地味に歩くのが面倒なんですよ。
From the sound of it, Dahoud also had a room here for himself. He put his hand on the heavy-looking door.
シアンさん、例の方々を呼んできましたよ。
official meeting with Scien.
かわいいお嬢さんもご一緒です。
He pushed the door wide open. Oh, it's messy as hell. Is he not here? There's a lab coat. A wrinkled lab coat lazily hung on a nearby sofa. On the floor were vials filled with liquid for what I assumed were experiments. I noticed stacks of documents and thick books throughout the room. They were scattered across the floor like toys from a toy box. A visibly large fluff of dust floated past my eyes as I looked around, stunned by the mess. If there's dust, how long has he not— Is that a piece of bread in the basket in the very far corner? How long has he not been in this room? I want to clean this place. My muscles tightened from having to suppress the urge. I knew what I was thinking was out of place, considering the situation. The majority of things in the room look like they shouldn't be touched for anything outside of their specific purposes.
ああ、シアンさんったらまたこんなに散らかって。威厳も肩書きも台無しです。お客さんを呼ぶつもりなら少しは片付けてくださいって。
Oh no.
じゃないですか。
Is Scien just a messy person? Is it he doesn't care or he just doesn't even realize? Dahoud was directing his complaints toward the center of the room, despite no one being around. Suddenly, a large heap of towels and lab coats stirred, falling away piece by piece to reveal— CG? Scien! Oh, he's so pretty too! Stop! All the men in this game are gorgeous. Hey, buddy! You awake? How was your sleep? A strange man. He emerged from the pile of clothes with a grumpy look on his face. His clothes hung from him in a similarly haphazard way. It would make sense that this room was his domain, but despite his disheveled appearance, he didn't look like a lazy person at all. Oh, so your voice, the nice, deep, gorgeous voice.
お前は一体何の権利があって俺の貴重な仮眠の邪魔をする。俺が約16日間寝ていないことを知っての妨害だ。
16, bro! Can you just do that?
嫌がらせだな。
He glared at Dahoud with exhausted eyes.
よし。ならば今すぐ記憶と遺伝子のバックアップを取って。
I'm already loving him.
死んでこい。
The jokes that he can kill someone because he can just clone their body and put their memories in the new body. I love this.
現在133人の予約待ちだが、俺自らお前を優先的にリライバーにしてやろう。ただし、腕が4本以上生えている人間もどきとしてな。どうだ？研究の効率が上がるんじゃないか？
だったらまず自分で試してください。というか妨害って。シアンさんが彼らを呼んでこいって僕に言ったんじゃないですか。
Oh
覚えてな
no.
いんです。
Why did he call us here also? That's curious. Does he know we're investigating the Barreau murders?
ああ、そうか。そうだったな。クルーンをここに呼んでこいと。俺は確かに早朝お前へ告げた。16日程度の徹夜でここまで記憶が混濁するとは。そろそろこの肉体と脳も変え時だな。
Ah, there it is. Just talking about getting a new body so nonchalantly, like it's not a big deal, because it technically isn't. He works for the Research Institute. So he basically has, what, a limited supply of bodies as long as he's working here? And he's probably really important too, right? The man cracked his knuckles and stretched as he slowly rose to his feet. Long hair!
ここに外部からの客が訪れるのは数年ぶりだな。
His shirt's not even buttoned properly. Look at that. I think he missed a button, or he, what was it? He did it incorrectly. They're misaligned, that's what it is. Bro looks like he has not slept in days, and obviously he hasn't. Who stays awake for 16 days straight? Can the human body even, like, handle that?
だがもてなしは期待するなよ。俺は研究以外に興味がない男だ。
That's fine, buddy. I'm sorry, I was to keep staring at him since now we officially see him again. His bottom eyelash is long as hell. Do you see how sharp that shit is? It's so gorgeous too. And I like his eyes where the pupils is kind of like a bright, it looks a bit green here and it really stands out. He massaged his neck, which was covered in a flower design, looking at us with his beautiful multicolored eyes. He still had to introduce himself, but everyone in the country old enough to speak knew who he was. Right, they said he was the creator of the whole Reliver thing, right?
みっともないところを見せちゃってすみません。でもこの見るからにだらしない人が皆さんをお呼びしたこの研究所の所長、シアン・ブロフィワーズ。
Scien Brofis.
最古のリライバーにして、
Yep.
その技術を生み出した。
Oh, so that means he did the experiment on him first to test it out. That's wild. He probably was so confident in his abilities. He's like, I'm gonna test that shit out on myself and see what happens. But that makes me curious. For the whole Reliver process, usually they bring in the dead body and then they make a clone out of that body and then switch the memories into that new body. It only works when you're dead, so how did he do it?
この国の救世主たる天才科学者です。
Oh, he's so gorgeous. Duhu brought in some foldable chairs from another room for us to use. So, you're gonna speak to us or what? Why are we here? We were unable to open our mouths or move in front of the man who was sitting idly on the sofa in front of us.
皆さん面白いぐらいに
I mean,
緊張
yeah.
してますね。
That guy's the reason why people can just relive their lives again. Like, it's amazing technology. How am I supposed to act in front of this man? Even though he has a very different impression from what I assumed.
だよね。
I can't stop my hands from shaking. Mathis is dying. Adolph, Eves, and I whispered to each other. None of us dared to say a thing, given the possibility in our minds that we might be executed for any rudeness. Scien Brofis, director of the National Research Institute. 60 years ago, he developed and established Reliver technology to save the people living here. Oh, it's only 60 years. It's not as long as I thought. Okay, so even though someone say they're an old man, they technically are old, but not in the hundreds. Interesting. I don't know why, but I assume some people will be in the hundreds of age, but no, it's only 60. So 60 plus whatever old he is now, what, like, maybe like 18, 20-ish, so like 80? He was not only the father of Reliver technology, but also a talented scientist and the savior of this country. His father and grandfather had also worked to find a way to extend the people's lifespans. Oh, it's in the family! Okay. That makes it even more interesting. So he took on their work after they passed away. And now he's a reliver. And this shot is gorgeous as hell. Look at the CG. His gorgeous neck, the lips. One thing I really love about this art style is the way they do the lips. It's really nice and detailed. They researched a system that allowed the creation of clones and the transfer of memories and personalities. Their work was considered far-fetched by other scientists and readily dismissed. After his father's death, Scien took over and managed to achieve concrete results.
ソラ、どうだ？この通り、23の寿命を乗り越えてみせる。
Bro, just imagine though. All the other scientists telling his father and grandfather that their work is just so far-fetched in this day and age, it's never gonna work out, just give it up. And he does it and just puts it in front of their faces like, yeah, I got a new body, look what I did. In a matter of months, he transformed his father's theories into reality. He experimented on his own body and became the first and oldest reliver to prove that he could overcome the curse. I actually like it though that he used his own body first. With his brain and the reliver technology he created, he became the people's only lifeline to escape death. His accomplishment earned him the trust of the royal family and the rest of Arpachele. In fact, the facility was pretty much created just for him and his continuing research. The Arpachele royal family were known to look down on the common people and live without any regard for their well-being. He was the only one they would never cross, bending over backwards to satisfy his will. I wasn't surprised. After all, even if they were the royal family, he will simply withhold his ability to revive them as relivers. Wait, is he the only one who could do it? Because I assume once he has the technology working, they would like mass produce machines and then everyone would like learn under him how to do it. But it seems like he still has this hold over the royal family. That would mean that no one would be able to escape the curse of death. In other words, he's the true ruler and sole power governing this country. Ooh, I like that. This was the same man we read about in our history books growing up. It was only natural that we would be tense in front of such a legendary figure. Ias and Adolphe were cautiously looking at the person in front of us. And Mathis is struggling. Mathis was visibly shaking, afraid to somehow get on his wrong side. When Shir Brofis observed our reactions one by one, then slowly crossed his legs.
さて、お前たちがそれぞれクルーンと自警団の代表者だったな。
はい。あ
あ。で、そっちの白いのは？
He also works for us?
マティス・クロードです。
前に研究所に多額の出資をしてらしたクロード家の末っ子さんらしいです。例の事件に関わってると聞いたので一緒に連れてきちゃいました。
With Barreau?
クロード。ああ、あの本の虫の血筋か。しかしマティス、あの家にそんなのいたか。
What do you... Oh, right. His parents didn't really like him. They only liked his older brother. So did the outside world not know Mathis existed?
いたからいるんじゃないですか。
Yeah.
お恥ずかしい話なんですが、今まで僕ほとんど屋敷から出ることがなかったので、社交界の場にも出席したことがなく、僕の存在を知らなくても仕方ないかと。
いやいや、恥ずかしくなんかないですよ。 むしろいたかなんてこっちの方が失礼しました。シアンさん、いい加減重要な支援者の詳細くらい覚えてくださいよ。来客も王族とのやりとりも基本的にはいつも副所長の僕が対応してるじゃないですか。
断る。連中の名前を記憶したところで、
Oh,
俺の研究にはかけらも役立
all about work. Okay. Deputy Director. So Dahoud is a high-ranking officer. His youthful looks were still deceiving me, despite my knowing that he was much older.
それでこっちの娘は
Hi! Our eyes suddenly met. I'm helping out with Korun, so I should be allowed here. If you want me to be here, though. Monsieur Brophy stared for a second, then looked away uninterestedly.
それじゃあ僕は
Oh, I guess it didn't
お
matter.
茶とお菓子を用意してきますね。
Scien is a bottom? What makes you think he's a bottom?
あとはお若い皆さんとお若くないシアンさんでどうぞごゆっくり。
Dahoud, our only source of brightness, left the room. Don't leave me in the room with Scien. Wait, please. He kind of makes me a bit nervous. Upon the sound of the door closing, Monsieur Brofis began to speak. He's just radiating bottom energy.
クルーンと自警団の長たち、
I guess we'll see whenever I do his route.
今回使いを出してまでお前たちを呼び出したのはとある依頼を申し込むため。
Okay, right down to business.
俺は回りくどいのが嫌いだ。率直に告げさせてもらおう。
Monsieur Brofis grabbed a wrinkled newspaper and tossed it at our feet. At first glance, it was clear this was the newspaper from a few days ago. The headline stated that was likely the culprit of the mass murder in the alley. They actually made a headline about that? Please, I happened to find the bodies. The reason he was showing us was...
クーネの墓地に埋葬されたという大量死事件の死体。
Mm-hmm.
それをお前たちの手で掘り起こし、お礼と提供しろ。
I thought... What? Bro, hello? What do you mean? We decided not to dig up those bodies. That's disrespectful. Bro. An unsettling chill replaced the tension we felt a few moments ago. How does he know about the bodies that were buried by the hospital? Wait, how does he know that? Does he have, like, spies? No, worse than that. He wants us to dig up their graves and bring him the bodies. But why? He looked on with a deathly calm, continuing in a flat tone. They're gonna make him dumb, but because of the drama, if it was realistic, he whimpers. I can kind of see it though.
下手に混同されても困るな。念のために詳細を付け加えておこう。
Yeah, why do you need the bodies?
俺はブロートやらはどうでもいい。
Oh. Then why?
必要なのはあくまで自らの胸をかきむしって死んだ
Oh.
変死体の方だ。
How does he know that info though? Wait a minute. That shouldn't be...
病院での検視結果まで把握してる。
Right, how does he know about the autopsy results?
俺には俺なりの情報網があってな。
So someone's out there giving away this information to him. Those autopsies were done in secret too, that's the thing. So we have to be careful with this guy. In response to his mumbling, Adolf's expression filled with alarm. He has good ears. Or perhaps he already knew beforehand what Adolf was going to say. Monsieur Brofis' response was instant.
依頼の内容は分かりました。ですが、その理由は何のためにあなたはあの遺体を必要としているんです？
Does it have to be everybody or just one body?
暇つぶしだ。
He's joking, right? I'm sorry? Time froze around us. There's no shot this man called us up here to dig bodies just so we can play around to kill time. Can I leave? Yo, bro's already so wild? I don't know how to describe this, but okay. Definitely not what I was expecting for his character, which I kinda like. It's out of left field.
知っての通り、俺の専門は
Hmm?
死の呪いに耐えうる優れたクローン体を効率よく作成するリライバー技術の研究だ。だが気分転換に違うテーマを追い求めることもある。
Okay, so you are gonna use them for something? But what? It seemed to be just as he said.
まあ要するに、俺なりに変死の原因を死体をばらして調べてみたい。
I mean, that would help us, but the way he says just to kill time. So he is doing the autopsies to kill time, but it technically does still help out since he has state-of-the-art technology. But I don't like the way he went about it. Perform his own autopsies. So he wanted us to act as grave robbers, just to get the bodies for him to dissect. That was how it sounded to me. I don't think we have a choice to deny his request, seeing how high up he is. We're all unable to say anything in response to his work order, which showed a blatant lack of respect to the deceased. That said, considering his position in society, we could hardly voice our disapproval.
それは自警団の俺も含めての依頼、いや命令か。
Can we respectfully decline their request?
いいや、あくまでクルーンへの依頼だ。お前には契約を交わす際の立ち会い人になってもらおうと思ってな。
Only to Korun.
いざ依頼を実行する際、こいつを墓荒らしと誤解して拘束されては笑い話にもならん。
Despite Monsieur Burfie's calm demeanor, I could tell he was holding back a chuckle, perhaps imagining the misunderstanding.
俺が依頼を引き受けることを前提にしているんですね。
I don't think we got a choice.
引き受けなかった場合に困るのはお前たちの方だからな。
Huh?
それは
Bro,
どういう意
threatening
味で
us?
すか？
It's gonna work though. Adolphin East frowned immediately, seemingly no to what was being implied. Monsieur Brofis continued.
そこの小さいの二人、依頼内容の是非は一度置いて状況を整理してみろ。お前たちが今解決に向けて優先している事件はどっちだ？
それはもちろんブローの方。あ、
That's right. We've been putting aside the other unknown deaths. We only knew the autopsy results of the suicides because Lucas asked Dr. Capuchin to check them. And that was because they were admitted to the hospital with injuries from Barreau.
そして俺たちにはこれ以上変死について調べ
It
る
helps out with us, but I don't like the way he's going about it.
遺体を持っていったこの衛兵たちが原因を突き止められなければ迷宮入りして終わりだね。
正直自警団からすれば渡りに船の提案、いや協力の申し入れだ。
だろ？俺は話が早くて優秀な人材は嫌いじゃない。
だからといって快くうなずくのは難しいですね。
快くでなければうなずけるということか。
He wanted to refuse as founder of Korun, but he couldn't as a member of the corps. Seeing Ease contemplating his predicament, Monsieur Brofis let out a wide grin. What ended up breaking the long silence was... Oh?
シアン様。僕から少しだけ依頼を受ける上での詳細な内容をお聞きしてもいいでしょうか。
Mathis' hand trembled as he spoke.
ほう。
Monsieur Brophy's eyes narrowed at the unexpected interjection. Mathis glanced at us quickly, as if asking us to let him handle the situation.
構わんが様付けはやめろ。シアンでいい。あのふぬけ王族どもからご機嫌取りにそう呼ばれているんでな。正直うんざりしている。
はい。では、シアンさんにお聞きします。遺体を引き渡した場合の解剖に伴う損傷率。
Ooh, okay.
遺族への返却の有無は
100% となしだ。
They won't be returned? Do you have compensation? You know, technically, the families wouldn't even know if the body was buried and taken away if they don't even go into their graves themselves. He replied without hesitation.
ということは、胸以外の場所も徹底的に解剖するんですね。それこそ元が人だったと思えないぐらいに。失血死の原因自体は自殺だとほぼ確定しているのに、それはなぜですか？
俺は奴らがそんな強行に走った理由と過程に興味がある。脳の異常から来る突発性の行動か、はたまたそれを引き起こす感染型の病か、気を狂わせる薬でも一斉に煽ったか、いずれにせよ前例のないレアケースだ。元の姿のまま返してやる保証はほぼない。
Mathis grabbed his chest with his frail hand.
どうしてたった数体の遺体にそこまで。
It was clear that what the bodies had in store for them could be described as nothing less than carnage. Still, it didn't seem to bother Scien. Instead,
別に構わんだろう。体なんぞ所詮は脳と心臓を
There it
保管
is.
するための入れ物だ。
you can kind of see the effects of being a reviver have on someone. We see with a lot of other characters, like the NPCs, how someone just dying doesn't really matter as long as they can clone their body and put their personality and memories in the new body. So they don't really take death seriously in this world, and as long as they have a body set aside for them. And it seems like here, Scien doesn't really care about the victims either. They're just bodies at this point to him. They're nothing more.
その中身が失われればただの残骸。
There's no respect, that's what it is. There's no respect for the dead or death or anything like that. None of these characters expect the evil aura green one to give top.
それに変死の原因が病や薬の類だった場合、国家としても放置できん。その死体たちの解剖結果が。
Scien kinda confuses me a bit.
また起きるかもしれない同様の現象。変死を防ぐための礎になるかもしれない。
We really need to know more info about those bodies and what made them claw out their chests and hearts. The autopsy we got, it gave us some info, but Scien has state-of-the-art technology and he's smart as hell. He knows a lot of stuff about this, so he would definitely inadvertently help out in our case, even though he's just doing it because he's bored. Scien had offered other reasons, apart from satisfying his own curiosity. As we were being led back to the topic at hand, Mathis must have realized there was no use in further arguing against it. Yeah, I feel like we have no choice in this matter. What Scien was saying did make sense, but... Flashbang every time there is a flashback, it kills me.
何も殺されるような悪いことなんてしていなかった。むしろ両親から嫌われていた僕をいつも守ってくれていた。世界中の誰よりも優しい人だったのに、それをあいつはまるで 坊ちゃんのように。
I recalled those heartbreaking words following the loss of his brother. I had also experienced similar tragedies in the short time I had been alive. The memories of deaths that could never be undone flooded into my mind. The throbbing pain seemed to be pushing me toward action. Within moments, I came to my decision on how to respond to Scien. Ooh! So I guess we can... Do I disagree? Hold on, wait, save! We have save! Hold on, we gotta save. Save data. I'm going to disagree and see, because no one's really disagreed with Scien at this point. Let's see what happens there, us going against him. That's wrong. I decided to disagree with what he said.
Nani?
I kind of a bit scared though. Please don't attack me. The room froze over in silence.
お前、いきなり何を?
Wait, I got this. I think I got it. Scien raised his hand to stop them from speaking.
娘、今お前は
Not calling me Musa.
向けたのか ?60 年以上、常に最善の正解を出し続けてきた。
I mean, you could have been wrong for 60 years. YouTube. No. Hold on. YouTube? We're good? Okay, we're good. YouTube like disconnected for a second. I think we're good now. Hopefully. Hold on. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, we're good.
この俺に向かって。
Yes, I am. I'm telling you you're wrong. Maybe a little bit. It was the pressure that caused me to speak. But I couldn't take back what I said now. I needed to continue, even if I had to force myself. Yeah, we're back. YouTube like disconnected from OBS for a second. It was like 5 seconds. I don't know why, but I think we're good, ? Everything looks all right. No wonder he talks like that. He's a boober. Yeah, bro's kind of older. He's like at least like 70, 80. I mustered the strength to voice my thoughts, and no one's refuted him, basically. No one's brought up an opposite opinion in one because everyone's kind of too afraid. He's the father of this whole science thing. They don't want to say he's wrong or anything. What you're asking is for us to unearth the graves of victims who died a horrible death, taking them away from their families and making them suffer even more. Which is why I disagree with you. Isn't there some other method that can be employed? At that, the air around him changed a little.
この国で死者の尊厳を説くのか珍しい娘だな。
On his good side? On his good side, baby?
いや、お前だけじゃないな。本来はリライバーしかいないはずのこの施設で。
Nothing left more than disagreeing with the man? I mean, they're so quick, right?
命のあり方について詰め寄る本物の人間が。
Ooh.
俺の目の前に揃って並んで。
I like that. Yeah, we are humans. None of us are relivers yet. But he is. Everyone at this facility is. So there is a difference in opinions of how we see things.
まるで俺の方が異端の存在のようじゃないか。
He likes
な
it.
かなか新鮮な状況だ。
Okay.
リライバー技術を開発したばかりの頃を思い出す。
Maybe he's not that bad?
死者の尊厳。それをよりにもよってお前が語り思うのか？
He's so weird, man. He kinda is. I don't know what his deal is gonna be and what his route is even gonna be like.
今まで山のような死体を周囲に作り上げてきた
He knows?
死神の娘が
Oh shit. Okay, of course he would know, honestly. I don't know why that's shocking.
お前
彼女のことを知っていた上で今まで触れずにいたんですか？
Something about you're different makes me... I can understand, but I think with him, it's even more understandable. I think a lot of people around him are just people pleasers. They never stand up for what they really think, considering how much he has accomplished and achieves. So I think he kind of likes it, in a weird way.
こいつの正体など目的には一切関係なかったからな。
この国はこいつの容姿や名前の情報はほぼ渡っていなかったはずだぞ。
Oh shit, that is true. And no one in Chedis said anything about her curse besides Mathis, and he was actively researching it. So Scien, Scien must have like spies and informants all over this country then.
それはこの娘自身が誰よりも知っているだろう。
I do? Wait, is those the letters Salome, our mother, brought him? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit, okay. All the letters we delivered from Mother to the Institute went to him. What's his connection with Mother? That letter. So the letters I've been delivering from Mother all this time were for you. What's their connection? What do you mean? How does he... What?
ああ、あの女とはあいつが生身の頃に知り合っている。
Oh?
ちょっとした腐れ縁でな。
Wait, now that, out of all things, that one caught me by surprise. I always wondered why Mother sent these letters here, but I didn't really think about it too deeply. But now we know she's contacting Scien. So what has she told him in those letters? I get that, but also 7 years if you've never questioned your own opinion? He thought highly of himself, honestly. I can kind of see it, because all the other researchers told him, his father, and grandfather that what they're doing is useless. And then he gets it right after so many years. He's so haughty and full of himself. He's like, yeah, I got it right. I'm smart as hell. You guys can't refute that shit.
定期的にクーネとセルネボルの情勢を報告し合っていた。
Ooh. Mother? May I speak with Mother one more time? Why did she not tell us this?
さすがにお前の存在自体は書いていなかったが。あの女が死神と呼ばれる金髪の娘。
Oh, she never said anything in the letters. Okay.
噂自体は聞いていたんでな。
Like him being friends with our mom? Oh, it ruins the relationship with you? Does it help that she's not biologically our mother? She's a nun who took over an orphanage and she took us in. Technically, you know, she did actually raise us from like at least a few years. He's like 6-8 years.
手紙を届けに来るお前を窓から一度見かけた時点でそうだと気づいていたよ。
That's interesting. Has he ever met her? Is he... That makes me really curious about their relationship now. What does he know with Mother?
さもこの世で自分が一番不幸ですとでも言いたそうな。
Damn, dude,
被
okay.
害者ぶった陰鬱な印象が遠目からでもよーく残った。
Bro, I feel like if I do his route, Mother's gonna be like, do not date this man. Do not touch him. Mother's very protective, so I can definitely see that, and I want that in his route. As unflattering as it was, I was impressed by how he was able to describe me so accurately. I always wondered who Mother knew at the Institute, but I never expected that person to be the very person in front of me. So the reason I was allowed in here was...
単なる興味だ。あの女が引き取ったからには死神の異名にも意味があると思ったんだが、いざ顔を見れば期待外れ。
Damn, dude, okay.
何の変哲もない暗くておとなしいだけの
Well, just know, I'm not the one who started the whole death rumors, so it's not my fault I look ordinary. Scien then changed the subject, as if he had lost interest. Bro, his route might be infuriating, but it's gonna be so satisfying to play.
俺も忙しい身でな。これ以上無駄に時間を消費したくない。 考慮の猶予も十分与えた。
She raised us up, and this man is her friend that kills it for me. Damn, because he's pretty, even though he's annoying to me. Because she's known for a long time. One of my friends were like, yo, your adopted child. No, yeah, I can understand it. Yeah, it's weird. The lady who raised us, and that's her friends, I guess, quotation marks, they're acquaintances, not really close, but it's still kind of weird in a sense. So I'm really curious how his route will play out in the end, knowing that connection.
そろそろ返事を聞かせてもらおうか。クルーン。
Bro. His question echoed through the room. Ease looked straight into the eyes of the man who ruled over all of our lives. Do you even have a choice? He took a deep breath.
そうですね。今までのやりとりから、俺なりに考えをまとめてみましたが。
Alright.
俺は、シアンさんの主張は正論だと思います。今後の治安のことを考えるなら、
Okay.
俺はあなたの依頼を引き受けるべきだ。
Are you actually going to accept, though? Eves? You said he should. It sounded like he was saying he agreed with digging up the graves. He's gonna decline, isn't he? I looked at Scien, but for some reason, he didn't look happy to hear Eve's response. Adolphe, who would usually be the first to voice his thoughts about Eve's decision, was also looking on in silence.
そう。正論だからこそ。
His mouth widened into a grin. Feeling like himself again, he smiled at Scien like a friend would.
堂々と、叱るべき手続きと説明をした上で、俺たちではなく遺族と交渉し、
he wants official
遺体を墓
means.
から引き取ればいい話では？あなたの立場なら難しいことじゃないし、打診さえすれば、国の近衛兵だって動いてくれるはず。なぜあえて俺たちを雇い、墓を荒らしてまで回収することにこだわるんです？
He was right. The process he laid out should have been obvious from the start, but we didn't think of it due to the pressure of Cien's position. Hearing Eve's response, Scien put his hand to his forehead and let out a sigh.
挑発にも乗らない。独善に駆られない。大を優先する英雄願望もない。評判通りの綺麗事が好きなだけのお人よしなら、御しやすいと思ったんだが。
Oh, look at Ease being smarter than this man.
どうも想像していた善人像とはだいぶ違うな。少々厄介だが、有能そうだ。やはり人づての情報など当てにはなら。
Suddenly.
たった今戻りました。
Oh, thank God.
遅くな
Oh,
って
thank
ごめ
God.
んなさい。お茶とお菓子を
Please
用意しましたよ。
help with the tension.
研究員の皆さんがあれもこれもと分けてくれました。持つべきは可愛がってくれる同僚ですよね。
Ab-Zero hope they're not going to disregard it or play it off like it's not that weird. Honestly, yeah, with these games, stuff like this is not really weird. I'm used to stuff in situations like that. So it's kind of like, oh, that's surprising. And then I just move on.
あ、それとクッキーも焼いてみたんですよ。紅茶味なんだけど、口に合えばいいな。
Not gonna lie, I've read so much worse fanfics when I was in middle school. I devoured whatever I could, no matter what the dynamic was. Your little freak? Dahoot wheeled a cart full of tea and snacks into the room.
ダハト。
Look! Scien sounded irritable, perhaps sensing that the tension here had completely vanished. Maybe Dahoot was ignoring it, or perhaps he didn't notice. Dahoot was humming happily as he poured tea for everyone.
あなたは女の子ですから、やっぱり甘いものがお好きですよ
Yes,
ね。
yes, do you have cakes?
というわけで、こちらのクッキーをお隣のマティスさんと一緒にどうぞ。 どうも。
Thank you very much.
で、アドルフさんとヒューゴさんは
If you want to see your little freak more, I'm gonna have to do Cien's route.
男性のお菓子の好みって判断が難しいのでかなり悩んだんですけど、ここは甘さ控えめのチョコレートが無難じゃないかなって。苦手だったらすみません。
Look at him being so considerate.
特に問題ない。
俺もアドルフも美味しくいただけるよ。気を使ってくれてありが。
Hmm? They both look confused as they receive their teas and chocolates. Sensing that something wasn't quite right, Mathis and I thought about it too. Ah! The answer was obvious. Dahut, I think you're mistaken. His name isn't Hugo, it's Yves. Oh! He thought he got the... Wait, hello?
え？
You got the wrong one! Did you not notice?
は？
Oh! Oh! That makes sense. Okay. That's why Scien was surprised by the information he got was different from Yves. He mistaked Yves for Hugo. Dahut brought the wrong person. He was supposed to bring Hugo. Suddenly, Cien's boat posture slumped a bit. Okay.
イブ？
Wrong person. That's why his thing didn't work out like he thought. That's hilarious.
お前は今イブと呼ばれたか？ヒューゴ
Yo.
ではなく。
Oh, Dahut, run away. You might get in trouble for getting the wrong person.
はい、そうですけど。
So funny. I'm sorry.
ヒューゴって。
Oh my gosh. They've never met them either, so I can understand why they got it wrong. Well, that's so funny. Wait, did oh, what's the word? Hold on. Oh, when Dahut came and asked for Korun, did he just say Korun or did he actively ask for Hugo? I don't think he actually asked for Hugo. That's where this came up. Oh my god.
そういやお前、ダーハトが迎えに来てからクルーンとしか呼ばれてなかったな。
Bro.
いきなり本題に入ったので、自己紹介もしませんでしたね。
Damn. Wait, so they had your name mistaken from the very beginning? It seemed like that was the case from Cien's scarily calm expression directed to Dahut. Oh, poor boy. You're fine.
ダハト。
Nope.
俺が調査を命じたとき、クルーンの長の名前はヒューゴだと、お前が報告したのを覚えているが。
Hmm.
はい。言いましたね。え？違うんです。シュディ出身のお金持ちの人がいるって聞いたから、てっきりそちらが店主さんかと。
Oh, you assumed.
なるほど。こっちでは一度も仕事したことないし、それなら勘違いしても仕方ないかな。ヒューゴは確かにクルーンの相棒だけど、一応店主は俺だよ。ほら、自動車に乗る前、別行動のために別れた彼が
And Hugo was right there. Wow. You're fine, dude. You're fine. Dahut gave a start when Scien pinched his brows and let out a deep sigh.
向こう40年。
Jesus!
減給な。
A what? 40-year pay cut?
なんですその理不尽な人事査定。ちょっと間違えちゃっただけじゃないですか。
How big of a pay cut is that?
そのちょっとがどれだけ重要な意味を持つか。お前には分からんだろうな。
If they would have brought Hugo, then Hugo probably would have automatically said, yeah, we'll dig up the bodies and give them to you.
せめて全員の名前まで告げていれば、俺も聞き逃さなかったというのに。
Did you two disconnect again? I think it might be attempting to try and disconnect again. Scien clicked his tongue in frustration, saying that things were different now. I feel like the atmosphere here has changed as soon as they heard your name.
俺の名前が何か間違えられたことについては特に気にしていませんけど。
Scien is really not your type. Understandable. He's like halfway my type. Ease asked Scien in an uneasy tone, but he didn't get a clear reply.
イブ、そしてその仮面。そうか。お前が
Cien's eyes narrowed. He stared at Eve's face for a moment, as if recollecting the past.
前言撤回だ。墓は荒らさなくていい。
Oh.
死体もいらん。
Okay.
強制もせん。この場は俺が折れてやろう。
Alright. That's kind of weird. And with that, the negotiation ended. We came here for no reason then. Okay. Alright, this whole conversation, all of this was for nothing. I mean, we got it out, so we might as well leave, right?
急にどうしたんですか?
Ease was surprised at the sudden turn of events.
まあなんだ。借りは返す主義で。それと。
What do you mean by that? Do you know Eves? Scien loosened up a bit, using his thumb to gesture to some food left on a desk. That bread might be stale as hell. How long has it been there? Hmm?
ますますよくわからないんですけど。
Are you offering us dinner?
イブ、どうしてお前の名前が出た途端、こいつの態度が変わったんだ。
もしかしてクルーンさん独自の情報網でこの方の弱みを何かしら握っているんですか？
わからないし握ってないから。正直、俺が一番混乱してる。
He did started acting weird after he figured out he's not Hugo but Eves. What does he know about Eves? But from the look of things, I doubt Scien would explain why. Bro, please tell me why!
気になるけど、撤回を撤回されても困るから、あまり追求はしないでおこうか。残る問題は、剣士の剣だけど。
Eves is so cute. He is! He's my best boy! But I don't think he can play his route first, unfortunately. As we whispered amongst ourselves. Aww.
給料。
Duh.
今月欲しい本がいっぱいあったのに。
Dahut managed to reduce his 40-year pay cut to 2 months. It was now pouring more tea for us with tears in his eyes. At least it's 2 months. How much salary do they get for being researchers? I reached out to help him, as I couldn't help but feel sorry about his situation. After seeing the tea distributed to everyone in the room, Scien spoke in a tone far different from when we first walked in.
正直死体の件でここまで揉めるつもりはなかった。
Bro, what do you want from us now?
だが、揃って俺に臆さず切り込んできた度胸を見込み、
Okay.
あの質問への回答をくれてやろう。そもそもの発端はあのふぬけ脳なし近衛兵どもだ。
Which ones? The ones who got killed or the ones we bullied because they try to hurt this prostitute?
あいつらさえ油断しなければ、お前らに依頼するでもなく、俺はとっくに変死体の解剖に着手していた。
He was grumbling up a storm, and by the sound of things... Excuse me? Was the royal guard supposed to deliver the bodies here? Rather than the hospital? They should have been addressed to you, Scien. There's no shot we got those bodies on chance because they were stupid?
ああ、昨晩到着する予定だった。
Bro, thank God the royal guard is so incompetent. You said you weren't able to start on the autopsies.
それどころか、わざわざクーネのお墓を暴こうとした。
まさか。
この衛兵から届かなかったんですか？遺体。
Ooh? How?
ああ、ただの一つもな。
How do you lose bodies? So someone had to take them. Was it the bodies from that other scene where Barreau came and killed all those guards and just mixed up the bodies into little cubes?
それどころか奴ら死体を解剖の余地もないほどに破損してくれてな。さすがに俺もここまで奴らが無能だとは思わなかった。
それはお墓を暴いてまで遺体を欲しがるはずですよね。
I can see how it's impossible to ask the families for the bodies because the royal guards lost the others. At this point, it's not even negotiable.
で、例のごとく、その失態にも箝口令が出たのか。
ご名答。情報が入るとほぼ同時にな。
Which means he won't be able to research anything apart from reliver technology.
世間からは俺が国の最高権力者どうのと言われているが、あくまで俺は王族への影響が大きいだけで、実際に奴らを従属させてるわけじゃない。
Oh.
表向きはそれに従う必要がある。
事情を説明せずに俺たちを頷かせることができるなら、それに越したことはなかった。
まあ、最終的にはこうして話す羽目になったが。
I feel like he should have done that in the beginning. Even if we did dig up the graves, I'm sure it would cause another commotion. And perhaps the royal family would have buried the news too.
でもシアンさん、今回ばっかりは相手が悪かったですよ。厳密にはこの衛兵たち死体を紛失したんじゃなくて、
Is it the incident?
一緒にプチッと肉塊にされちゃったんじゃないですか。
Yep. Okay. So it was the incident last time when Barreau came and just killed every single person. So Barreau stopped the bodies from reaching the research institute. We still don't know who he is or what their motivation is. Everyone's dismay turned to astonishment.
どうしてそこで奴の名前が出てくるんですか？
面白くもなんともない理由だぞ。
It does! Bro, Scien, you're killing me. It does. He's the reason why so many people are dying too. Mathis pressed for an answer. So Scien began to speak in more detail about what happened last night. Yeah, that was the incident, right? Yep. Late at night, the plan was to have the royal guard retrieve the bodies from the mortuary and bring them to the institute. But during their delivery, the soldiers were ruthlessly killed by an attacker that mutilated them. Each heart was gouged out of its chest, and a dagger was left in place. Their bodies were discovered in a state no different from Barreau's other murders. As for the bodies to be delivered, they were cut up by Barreau into unidentified lumps. Ooh, okay. So, how did Barreau figure out they were bringing the bodies to the Institute? There's a lot of things going on in the background we still don't know yet. But Barreau's like the biggest mystery so far. Like, who is this person? What are their motivations? How do they get their information? They had to be someone in the know, at least high up maybe, or at least have connections. Except for the missing hearts, all organs, limbs, and face were mutilated. The scene was so sickening that the person who first happened upon the scene went mad and was taken to the hospital. Which was why Scien was trying to find a way to recover other mutilated bodies that were buried by Dr. Capuchin.
もし被害者の中にバックアップを取っている者がいれば、身元確認自体は時間をかければ可能だ。現場に残された血液を研究所に保管された遺伝子データと照合できるからな。だがリライバー化は期待するなよ。
Huh?
制約では死亡申請を行う保証人が死体が本人であることを確認し、
Oh.
かつ研究所で直接破棄した上でクローン体を作成することが義務付けられている。
Would you have to dig through the chunks and make little piles for each person?
顔も潰され肉塊にされている以上、その保証人も死体を判別できない。リライバーとして復活する権利はほぼないも同然だ。
That's horrible.
前から思っていたんですけど、結構厳しいですよね、誓約書のルール。
そうか。王家が定めたにしてはまともな内容だぞ。
The royal family wrote it? Of course they did.
死んでもいないのにクローン体を増やし、自分同士の犯罪組織を組んだ小賢しい奴が過去にいたんでな。
I actually didn't even expect
その
that.
模倣犯対策。
How would you create a clone? So that's why they have the body has to be dead before they can do the switch. Okay.
でもどうして奴は変死体にまで危害を加えたんでしょう。
Just so you can't get any info? Precautions to not make them relivers, maybe? True. I thought those bodies were separate from his other murders.
それはあくまで予想に過ぎないからね。
この衛兵を狙うついでに死体を潰したか、あるいは最初から両方が狙いだったのか、それも調査しねえとな。殺されたこの衛兵たちの死体も検視するのか。
傷口を見て襲われた状況を確認する程度なら可能だな。ただあの部隊は根性においてはまだバックアップを取っていなかった。復活は絶望的と言っていい。
Oh, that's fine. The soldiers were assholes anyway. Scien said so in a tone that seemed to imply that he wouldn't have revived them anyway. Yeah, good for you. Do not revive those guys.
結果が欲しければ送ってやる。どうせならこれを機に正式な協力関係を結ぶか。
There's more info, and Barreau is connected with all of this. We might have to. We don't have any other leads at this point.
いいのか。この衛兵に黙って勝手にそんな取引を持ちかけて。
その近衛兵たちよりはお前たちの方が使えそうだからな。クルーンに話を持ちかけたのもそれが理由だ。具体的にどう協力するかは俺が今晩のうちにまとめておく。
As Adolphe and Scien worked out details. Eve was smiling happily for some reason.
なんだか事情を打ち明けてもらえた途端、一気に話が進んだね。あのままだと話し合い自体平行線をたどっていたような気がしたから、正直ほっとしてる。
Ah, I see. I don't know all the details, but I'm glad your name is Eves.
口にすればするほど本当によくわからないよね。
なんだか面白いです。でもイブさんは彼のことが怖くなかったんですか？
怖くはないけど、やっぱり緊張はしたかな。ただ俺も彼の研究自体は尊敬してるから、衝突せずに済んだのは嬉しいよ。
言っておくが、今回はあくまで特例だ。
Alright. He spoke up when he heard the three of us talking to each other.
以後俺がお前に対し何事も譲歩することはない。調子に乗るんじゃないぞ。
了解です。じゃあ以後は個人的によろしくお願いします。事件以外でも困ったことがあればいつでも依頼してくださいね。
Eves gave Scien a friendly smile. The clock finally reached the late afternoon hours. Scien escorted us back to the entrance. Adolphe and Eves were talking about the orders that should be given to the corpse. Mathis was asking Dahoot different questions, with particular interest in the floating screens. Which was why, You good? Oh, we're stuck behind with each other. Okay. As a slow walker, I end up walking alongside Scien, who made no effort to hide his lethargy. This is so awkward. What should I do? Maybe I should start a conversation with him. Oh, or maybe I should apologize for being rude earlier. No, wait. That was my honest opinion. It wasn't rude, and I shouldn't be ashamed. Hell yeah! I should be as brave as possible. Oh, I love this. Yes, girl. Yes? I wondered why he was staring at me like that. It was strange, considering he didn't show much interest in me earlier. Oh, maybe he wants me to relay another message to Mother.
死神の娘、お前に一つ問いたい。
I have a name, but okay. I was wrong. Scien looked at me as if observing my reaction, then...
多くの人間の命の終焉を見届けてきたお前が、なぜ今さらその価値を俺に説いた？
Well, I understand his question, but I couldn't come up with an answer. Probably because I didn't have any right to talk about the sanctity of life. The reason I instinctively reacted to what he said back then was... Maybe it's because I'm tired. Every time I've brought someone misfortune as death, I spent far longer blaming myself and suffering through guilt. I could have visited their graves or searched for their family to apologize. I could have done many things to show my repentance, but I never have. Which was why. Maybe I'm just tired of repeating that cycle of regret every time someone dies because of me. I suppose you could say that it's just to soothe my own ego.
なるほどな。以前見かけた時よりはマシな顔になっているはずだ。
Is that a good thing? Huh?
俺はそんな未練たらしい価値観を理解するつもりは毛頭ないが、何の生産性もない幽霊としてただそこにいるだけの存在よりは、確かに幾分か有意義だろう。
Okay, buddy. Let's save. Bro, the way the two choices look like they're supposed to be two different things, but please. We save. Thank you? Question mark? My instinct is like question mark because I don't really know if he's complimenting me. Thank you very much. There is no sympathy or admiration in his matter-of-fact voice. Yet, meaningful. He had looked at me objectively and saw a change in me compared to before. For some reason, that brought me joy. In the end, we were able to gain new information and a very powerful supporter. Thank God we at least have someone else on our side with this whole investigation. I wasn't sure if the results were substantial, but at the very least, we're moving ahead. Dahoot led us to the gate and smiled brightly.
それにしてもよかったです。さっきシアンさんとどういう交渉をしたのか軽く経緯を聞いてみましたけど、皆さんよくこの人に呆れも嫌いも泣きもこびもしませんでしたね。
俺は至極まっとうに交渉をしていただけだ。
それにしたって高圧的なんですよ。救世主とかリライバーの生みの親とか言われてますけど、そんなに選ぶれる立場じゃないでしょ。だってシアンさんが作るリライバーには決定的な欠陥があるじゃないですか。
は？
それについては皆さんだってご存知でしょ？
That you still have the curse, right? Is that what he's talking about?
なんでだよ。
Dahoot looked toward the source of confusion of shouting.
どうして どうして僕といきなり別れるなんて言い出す
Oh my god! Oh my god! Is that the girl? Is that the girlfriend? Hold on. Right outside the gate was a man in tears, clinging desperately to a woman. Holy shit, they actually came back. Oh my god, my favorite NPCs. Isn't that... Why are they breaking up? Hold on.
本当に
Mm-hmm,
無事に終わっ
mm-hmm.
てよかった。これでまた二人支え合いながら一緒に暮らせるね。
Bro, was she tired of his shit already before she officially died?
まあ
Yee.
そうね
Okay, I remember that response and I was so confused by it. Like, did she not want to be reliver or what? But maybe she was just bored of her boyfriend? She was done with this man? I recall seeing them before.
僕と君はついこの間まであんなにも愛し合っていたじゃないか。
I mean, maybe you thought so.
しつこいわね話してよ
Bro, give it up. The woman used her mark arm to pry the man's hand away. She was looking at him in a way that made it hard to believe they were ever lovers.
確かにあなたを愛した記録は覚えているけど今の私にはあなたへそんな実感も感情もないの
I mean, it happens.
その可能性を承知であなたも誓約書の保証人になったんでしょ
Oh? Is that what Dahoot was saying? How the reliver process isn't perfect?
それは
悪いけど私新しく好きな男性ができたの
Holy
そ
shit!
の人と結婚することにするわ
So sorry, NPC guy. Alright. Well,
どうかあなたもあなたで幸せになって
I mean, it's natural. It happens. Sometimes people grow apart and just fall out of love. So it sucks when it happens.
あなただってリライバーにさえなれば私への恋愛感情なんてすべて忘れられるでしょ
Oh shit. He's not a reliver yet. Oh, hold on. The woman walked away as the man fell to his knees. Is that what he was talking about?
Ne.
Dahoot tilted his head adorably.
欠陥ではなく仕様と呼べ。
Design? Give me specifics.
大体だな。記憶と人格を生前から保持できる真っ当な生命学を無視して作ったクローン体が、まともな人間と同じ構造をしていると、そう思われる方が心外だ。
Alright, so relivers technically aren't really humans, even though they're clones. That's right.
この国に革命をもたらしたリライバーも決して万能の技術ではなくお金以外にもまだ大きな代償を払う必要がありま
That was exactly what Lucas was going to say during class back then. This was the other price to pay. We could extend our lives as relivers. We couldn't transfer the emotions we developed into our next clone body. Oh shit! Okay. That's interesting. I didn't even think about that. You can transfer the memories and personality, but any emotions that you had in the original body won't get transferred over. Oh, that sucks for couples then, because there's no guarantee that they'll still love you. The greater the love, the greater the loss. A clone's unique memory organ, the heart, lacked the capacity to store strong emotions. Oh shit, okay. They were only etched in as a record, but no longer accompanied by the emotion itself. Anger, sorrow, resentment, envy, joy. Of the many different emotions, what was considered impossible to transfer to the next body was love. Oh shit! Humans could escape from the curse of death by choosing to become relivers in exchange for love. Don't do that to me in a Tome game of all things. Of course, love is the price. What do you mean? What do you mean? Bro. Finally a confident MC? Wait, but there are a bunch of different confident MCs.
死神が人間になるための物語。
Wait, about our girl?
絶望と救済へ向かう。
Bro, this game is frying me. How is this gonna work? Because everyone's getting close to the age of 23, where the curse is gonna kill them.
これまでにどれだけの死体が積み上がろうとも。
所詮はね。君の決意を促すための
Is that Uncle?
些細な犠牲と序章に過ぎないのだよ。
Uncle, show him, please. haven't seen him in so ever. Please? Please? Come on! Night fell quickly after our encounter with Scien, the founder of Reliver Technology. We're back home. Mother, you have some questions that need to be answered. Ease, Adolphe, and I made our way back to the orphanage and entered through the back door. I had no cleaning, laundry, or bookkeeping to do today, but instead... Oh, Milo. Is Milo good? I know he was sick last time I saw him. Milo. Milo was sitting in front of me with obvious animosity. Is Mama gonna be alive? Yeah, Mother's fine. She's a reliver herself. I think she's done it a few times, so she should be good for a while. It was possible that he wasn't feeling better since he had been refusing food that was brought to his room. I hadn't seen him for a few days, but he looked even more ill than before. There's Mother!
やっと部屋から出てきてくれたのよ。ただ見ての通り、少し体力が落ちて眠りも浅かったみたいだから、あなたに会うなら明日改めてと思ったのだけど。あんた、ここ数日どっか出かけてるみてえだし。
Yeah?
言いたいこと、今言っておかねえとって思って。
Are you apologizing? You wanted to speak to me. I suddenly realized that I hadn't had much of a conversation with Milo before. I don't think I even had a chance to look at him face to face like this. He always avoided me and made a point to look away ever since we met. I noticed it and did what I could to avoid interacting with him as much as possible. It was yet another aspect of my passive personality that I regretted. Just like with Mathis, I don't have any intention of causing him misfortune. If I had just said to him before, he might have hated me as much as he does. I was determined to do what I could now so that I wouldn't have any further regrets. Milo, what would you like to say to me? Feel free to be honest about it.
なんだよ、いきなり。偉そうに。
It's because you had to put up with a lot of things from me all this time. You were afraid, right? Afraid of living under the same roof as someone rumored to be death.
ああ。この施設に来てからずっと気味が悪くて仕方なかった。他の子供たちは付き合いも長いし、怖くても本心では嫌ってなかっただろうけど、俺は違う。あんたらの価値観を押し付けんなよ。
I see what you mean. He nodded sullenly at my acknowledgement. Adolphe's expression hardened for a moment. He finally took a few breaths and crossed his arms, as if signifying that he wouldn't interrupt us. Yeah, let Milo get all of this out real quick. He definitely needs it.
Mom. ここでこいつをかばうのは間違ってる。あんたは俺とこいつだけじゃなく、施設の子供全員の母だろ。
そうね。今まで人々に忌避されるこの子を守ることばかり考えて、ミロが何か言うたびに注意していた。不平等だったかもしれないわ。
まあ、それは俺も同じだけどな。
Seeing that they would stay out of the discussion this time, Milo began to speak.
そうだよ。たくさんの人を殺してるくせにさ。アドルフやマムには無条件に守られて。嫌う方が心が狭くて優しくないみたいな空気ができてて。いや。
Milo was finally saying what was on his mind ever since he came to this orphanage. Just as I was watching everyone, he was watching everyone too. Milo.
だからあの日、あんたを殺そうとした。
So he was the reason why that explosion happened. Wait, did Mother not know?
見ろ。
Mother and I were both taken aback. Yeah, Adolphe definitely knew though. He figured it out. As for Adolphe, he was still sitting quietly with his arms crossed.
それはあの爆発が起きた日、俺が問い詰めてこぼした薬品に。
Bro, at the orphanage too? We still don't know who gave him those chemicals.
ああ。でもあれがどんな薬なのかまでは本当に何も知らなかったんだ。
Milo tightened his fists and spelled out the reason why his frustration turned to this.
きっかけは施設の近くで起きたあの大量死事件。
And he assumed we did it.
投げ入れられた新聞を見て、こいつがあの事件の犯人だって知ったとき、もう耐えきれなかった。
Bro, that's so wild to think though. After all these rumors in that newspaper, he really said, I'm just gonna kill her and get this over with.
次は俺や他の子供たちがこいつに呪い殺されるかもしれない。そう思って。
But like, realistically, what he did is horrible, but I can't really blame him. He's a kid. He's like under 13 and he's in this orphanage and there's one person who has these rumors about them being the reason why so many people die around them and he just wanted to protect him and the other kids. So like, I understand why, but it's also really horrible.
有害なら何でもいいから茶とか菓子に混ぜてこいつに飲ませようとした。そしたらあんな意味わかんない爆発が起きて。正直かなり混乱してた。
Yeah, we need to know where Milo got those chemicals slash medicine. Cause that explosion was wild.
どうせそれもこいつが起こしたんだろうけどさ。
Milo, I swear to God, you're a child. You don't hit children. Baby, yeah, it's really sad the situation is. Because MC has been in so many situations where a lot of people just died around her. So she has these rumors. Everyone sees her is like, yeah, do not be with her. Do not stay around her because she's going to cause your death eventually. And understandable, realistically, if I heard a rumor about that and there's actual stories and newspapers about it, I'd honestly probably steer clear just in case myself, considering how there's already a curse on this island that kills you before you reach 23 years old. So like, understandable, but it's also horrible seeing this from the outside. I couldn't deny that it was a possibility.
なるほどな。爆発の原因はともかく、お前の真意は分かった。で、薬はどこから持ってきたんだ？
Bro, yeah, where did you get it from?
それは。
Milo averted his eyes from Adolphe.
言えない。
Milo, I swear to God. Seeing that he didn't want to answer his question, Adolphe decided not to press the subject.
分かった。この話は改めて聞く。今日はもう休め。
Abby wanna be buddies like, ooh, let me out? Bro, no. I don't know, I definitely would steer clear and maybe watch from afar, but I feel like I'd be the one who ends up dying being around her. I'd have that rotten luck. And these people did not die greatly. It wasn't peaceful deaths either. Milo nodded silently, glanced at me, then took his leave without another word. All I could do was watch him leave the room. Should I apologize for worrying him? It was easier said than done. Even if I apologize, then what? How was I supposed to react if he didn't accept my apology? If I couldn't work that out, any apology I give to Milo would be meaningless. What he wanted wasn't an apology from me, but a change to the situation. I think we're just gonna have to leave this kid to his thoughts for a second.
薬品をどこから持ってきたのか。それだけは堅くなに黙ってたな。
Maybe he got it from someone at the hospital.
かもな。盗みを働いて黙ってられるほど、あいつは器用な性格じゃねえ。
What can I do to relieve Milo of his anxiety? Would moving out of here, living somewhere else? As I began to say it, I stopped. That idea wouldn't solve the source of the problem. I guess moving out of here wouldn't make sense, since it just makes someone else go through what Milo's going through.
本当にここ最近で変わったな。またあの夜と同じように一人勝手に飛び出すかと思ったが、ひとまずそれはなさそうで安心した。
I'm sorry about what happened back then.
でも逆にミロが飛び出していってしまう可能性はあるわ。
Mother sadly looked down at her reflection in her cup of tea.
この国が運営する養護施設は生活環境に問題がない限り子供の意思で移動することは認められない。このまま不満を溜め込み続けて爆発させたあの子が夜中に抜け出したりしたら、それこそミロ自身が例のブローに襲われてしまうことも。
Mother brought up a possibility that couldn't be denied.
最悪の可能性をいくら考えたってキリがない。俺たちが干渉しすぎても逆効果だ。明日もブローの調査に出るから、引き続きこいつを一緒に連れて行く。本意ではねえけどな。
Bro looks like he doesn't even want me to go. I'm sorry for leaving again, Mother. I'll make sure to finish the cleaning and washing before then. So, please take care of Milo.
わかったわ。アドルフも今晩はこっちに泊まっていくの？
Just line the documents and have them transferred? I don't think we can do that, unfortunately.
いや、イブと自警団に戻って夜景だ。ブローがまた動くかもしれねえからな。最近、それに、新しい協力者を得た以上、夜中に自警団の通信機宛てに情報が入ってくるかもしれない。
Bro, I've been holding my controller so weirdly. My hand has fallen asleep.
あら、ならこの子のシチューはまだお預けね。ところで、新しい協力者というのはシュディのことはまた別の
Right, Scien! We have Scien on our side! Yes, we actually had an opportunity to meet someone incredible. You've known him for a long time, Mother. Scien from the Institute. He said he was going to autopsy the mutilated bodies. The imagery of it was difficult to shake.
あらあら。
Hmm?
まあまあ。
You good, Mother? As they had regularly exchanged letters, I assumed they knew each other very well. In fact, Mother's graceful hand rose to her mouth as though to conceal a smile.
どうしてそこで
I don't know if this is a good response or not.
あの人でなしの名前が
Oh
出
shit!
てくるのかしら。
Oh no! Mother doesn't like him. Oh, please, please show Mother a lot in his route. I want her to insult this man. That would be so hilarious. She called him a lowlife. Oh no. Oh no. The pressure coming from her smile seemed to push us both back. Wait, don't end the scene. Give me more. No! No! I want more of Mother insulting this man. I wasn't even sure what kind of emotion was making her smile and speak that way. It didn't take us for long to find out. Please go back, go back. Come on! The following morning, a large electric car was boldly parked right in front of the orphanage. Out from the back doors came three shadows. The first step out was a man in a wrinkled white lab coat. Oh no! They have this kind of relationship. No, wait! He's calling her Granny? Is it weird? I kinda shift them slightly now. Scien goes to Mother. I like when characters have this animosity where they insult each other.
ここではマムなどと呼ばれているんだったかあのジャジャ馬娘がすっかり猫をかぶるのが
How much does he know about her? What do you mean Spitfire? She's always seemed so nice and calm.
あらあら、何十年と生き死にを繰り返しデリカシーのなさは変わらないのね、この最古の若作りじじいは。
Oh god, I love them so much.
横暴な振る舞いで王族や研究員にも疎まれていると聞いているし、そろそろ第一線から退いたらどうかしら。
I was shocked by the sarcasm exchange between them right from the start. I've never heard Mother speak or look this way before. I had mistaken them for friends when it seems to be more complicated than that. Maybe Mother wasn't exchanging letters with Scien because they wanted to be in contact with one another. Bro, what if they're just insulting each other with each letter they sent? Maybe they communicated by letter to avoid having to meet face to face. Mother's stern expression towards Scien made me believe my assumption was correct. I found myself unable to intervene, but three figures stepped in to interrupt their friendly repartee. Lucas!
この施設の訪問授業を担当している教師のリュカと申します。少々今の発言について苦言を呈しても。
構わん。
では失礼して。よろしいですか？男たる者。
Lucas?
妙齢たる女性の年齢に触れ。
Let's go, Lucas.
侮辱の理由に
Are you gonna
するなど
scold him?
神に牙を剥くに等しい大罪です。たとえ事実であろうとも。
Oh my god.
に謝罪をすべきかと。
I love Lucas so much. He had arrived earlier to check on us and see how the investigation was progressing.
そうですよ、シアンさん。親しい
Damn.
い中にも礼儀あり。
People actually calling him out.
そこは何年経とうと変わらない美しさだと。
Ease and Adolph.
伝えてあげるべきです。
They're wearing different outfits. Is this their corpse uniform?
そうだ。奴の言うことなんて真に受けるな、マム。リライバーである限り、どれだけ長生きしようと、あんたは永遠の自称
Forever 21? All of you are making things worse! For some reason, the two members had been accompanying Scien and stepped out of the car after him. These three were usually very reliable, but on this particular occasion, their concern missed the mark in an unfortunate way. Bruh, Mother didn't want help like that. I needed to change the subject before things got out of hand. Lucas, Axie just got here himself, but... Why are you two with Scien? I thought you were patrolling last night.
夜景明けに詰め所に戻ったら、そいつがそこの車で現れてな。ほぼ拉致される形で連れてこられた。
I'm looking more at their uniforms, and there's like the little brown rope that goes across it. Adolph doesn't have his fasten, but Eve's does, and he has a cute little, what is it called? Is it an ascot? That's what you call the little frilly tie thing in front of him? It looks so cute on him.
もともとお前を迎えに来る予定だったから、移動の手間は省けたけどよ。
ごめん、突然びっくりさせちゃったよね。せめて着替えてくればよかった。
And then also, Adolph's little tie, his bow is uneven. Not to worry. Thank you for working so hard last night to keep the area safe. I felt better seeing them here, but Mother's expression hadn't changed at all.
それで多忙なあなたが何の用かしら。あなたとアドルフたちが協力関係を結んだのは昨べ聞いたけれど、わざわざ施設にまで来る必要はないでしょ。話し合いなら別の場所でしてちょうだ。
この娘はここの臨時職員だろ。一時的とはいえ引き抜きには雇用主の同意が必要だと思ってな。
Ooh. Yeah, Mother. Employ.
検視の結果、例のブローが明確にあの変死体を目的に近衛兵たちを狙った
Okay.
という確信を得られた。同時に近衛兵を差し引いても、現場に飛散した肉塊や血液の残量と運搬される予定だった変死体の数がどうにも一致しなくてな。
Was there more or less?
すべて潰したと見せかけて、奴が数体持ち去った可能性が高い。
So we actually took body parts with them this time, besides just the heart. Which meant that the two different types of murders were connected. Bro is the culprit behind both the murders and the suicides. Of course, we couldn't jump to conclusions before collecting all the evidence, but
奴に興味がないのは今も変わらんが、俺が求める死体を持ち去ったというなら話は別だ。どうにか捉えて保管場所を吐かせたい。その計画実行のため数日から1週間程度使える駒を何人か雇う必要があってな。
So you're hiring us to assist you in getting the bodies back.
だったらそれこそ警備兵と近衛兵を使えばいいでしょう。
うちの警備兵は侵入者の排除、施設の守りが専門だ。外での大立ち回りには向いていない。近衛兵は言うまでもなく王族が関わらんと無能だからな。
Yeah, we saw that
借
firsthand.
りた方がはるかにマシだ。
了承なしに勝手に話を進めるな。
方針自体に異論はないけどね。現状他にブローを追う方法もないし。
アドルフやイブさんの判断に私は口を挟めないけれど、この子だけはダメよ。ちょっとした調査ならともかく、そんな危険な計画に参加させられないわ。大体どうして戦うことができないこの子まで。
Scien probably expected her to say that, as he quickly walked over to where I was standing next to Mother. Hello? CG though look pretty. What's that? I felt him firmly grab my arm. Before I knew what was happening, he pulled me toward him. What is that?
No.
What is it? Is that a... Scien?
単に駒使いが欲しい。臨時職員というからには最低限の雑用はこな
Bro, what do you mean hiring me as a maid?
俺自身寝食さえできれば生活の質なんぞにこだわりはないが、研究所の部下が。
シアンさん一人でもこの部屋のありさまですよ。それが数日とはいえ成人男性数人との共同生活なんて。
Are you telling me when I play his route, a bit of the time I'm gonna be cleaning up his office and making him food?
ろくな生活にならないか、とんでもない迷惑を皆さんにかけるのが目に見えています。潔くお手伝いをやってください。シアンさんがしばらく外に出る分、僕も所長代理として忙しいんです。いつもみたいにお世話できませんからね。
Bro, I'm gonna have to take care of this adult man who's been living for 60 plus years.
と口やかましくてな。手っ取り早くこの娘を見繕った。
Scien glanced at me.
そうだな。報酬とはまた別に。もしこいつが異名通り不幸を呼び寄せ、誰かしらの死を招いたら、俺が原因を検証してやってもいいぞ。なんなら次回の23年ではオカルト分野も開拓してやろうか。
I could tell that he didn't believe the rumors about my involvement, even as he said it.
なおさらお断りよ。
What about my opinion? Hearing them discussing my life without my input made me feel helpless.
何を勘違いしている？これは頼みではなく命令だ。
Yeah, I figured that. Scien let go of my arm, as if he had been waiting for this moment. He took out a sheet of paper and raised it for Mother to see.
それは
Commandment Is this a royal decree? On the quality parchment were words written in fine script. And at the very bottom of the parchment was the seal of the Arpachelle royal family! There's no way! Bro took precautions, so I would not say no.
It
is! It's a royal decree! There's no way bro actually had a royal decree. Damn. Damn. He did go through the proper channels, but still. Scien waved the decree in front of Eves. Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
そんなとんでもないしかるべき手続きを一晩で取ってくるなんて。ごめん。もしかしなくても俺が原因だよね。
It's fine. You honestly didn't expect this situation, but goddamn.
気にすんな。
Right?
こんな職権乱用、誰が予想できる?
Adolphe muttered with resignation.
なんとも強気な方なのですね。
Based on our conversation, as well as E's reaction, Lucas must have inferred a good idea of what Scien was capable of. The way Lucas tilted his head was similar to the way Mother often did. As for Mother, she was doing her best to control her furious shaking. Oh, she pissed.
権力を振りかざすなんて、あなたのそういう良識がないところが私は昔から嫌いなのよ。
そうか。
Bro doesn't care. Adolphe and I were stunned. We had been here for 7 years. Mother had always been gentle and kind to everyone. And we were now witnessing her hatred and rage for the very first time. I was sure Adolphe was as shocked as I was. In fact, I could tell that he wanted to intervene, despite knowing that he couldn't. Seeing that Mother was about to explode again, I hurriedly spoke up. Oh, I'll be fine, Mother. I don't want things to get worse, especially if you refuse the order. I was planning on accompanying them on the investigation. So if I can help in any way, I'll be happy to do so. But the only thing I'm worried about is getting in everyone's way.
迷惑でも足手まといでもないけど、君の安全の確保が一番の懸念かな。
ああ。俺とイブが強制参加なら、自警団からはこれ以上人員を出せねえ。
多分ヒューゴにはその間の指揮を任せることになるだろうしね。
少々話は見えませんが、要するにこの方の何やら物騒な依頼を受ける上で、彼女の身が危険にさらされる可能性があるということでよろしいですか?
Yes. Lucas, who had been quietly listening to our conversation, elegantly raised a hand.
私も彼女の保護者としてその泊まり込みの計画とやらに参加しましょう。
And that's how we joined.
いざという時、君を連れて逃げ隠れすることぐらいはできると思いますよ。
Huh? My guardian? You can't. It's dangerous. I quickly respond to stop him, and Lucas looked downcast.
そんな先生だけ
Stop
この
it!
場で仲間外れにするのですか? なんと寂しいことを。あるいは私が教師として全く頼りにならないと?
Bro, the emotional manipulation? No, I'm not trying to leave you out, but I feel bad for getting you involved in something you shouldn't be. You ever work as a teacher too?
それは問題ありません。例の事件を受け、授業の頻度も控えめになっていますから。 巻き込み、大いに結構。教師にとって教え子に頼りにされること以上の喜びはありませんよ。というわけで、後ほど移動の際にでも事情を詳しく聞かせていただければ。
Lucas. It seemed he was set on joining the group, regardless of my objection. As for Mother, after a minute of thought,
あなたが必要以上にこの子に関わらず近づかないこと、それが最低限の条件よ。
she glared at Scien with eyes that accepted the situation reluctantly. Scien's proposal was to strategize how to capture Burrow within a specific period of time. First was finding a base of operations, but we couldn't use the orphanage or the Kurun office with the other residents nearby. We brainstormed a location, and Ease brought up a place that he said would be perfect, thus leading us to... Oh, we're going to Adult's place? I've actually never seen it before. Well, we're here now, buddy. Oh, that bed is interesting. Adolf groaned with his head in his hands. Ease was back in his casual attire and smiled at Adolf.
いやー、ほら、アドルフの家って見ての通り、町外れにあるでしょ。周辺に民家もないから、万が一物騒な事態が起きても被害が出にくいかなって。
本音は
久しぶりに君の家に来たかったのもある。
So we're all here for a while.
お前な、ついこの前同じ理由でヒューゴと酒を手に押しかけて朝まで飲み明かしたばっかだろ。
アドルフだってなんだかんだで美味しいお酒を堪能してたじゃない。
I guess they really are friends. It was surprising to me, since I always thought of Adolf as someone who liked being alone.
研究所に比べるとやはり狭いな。
Bro, be for
まあ
real.
数日の辛抱だ。妥協してやろう。
ああ、いけませんよ。家主に断りも入れず、荷物を広げては。
Everyone's together now. Scien had thrown all his papers and books onto the floor and went right for the sofa upon his arrival. Bro really is taking up as much space as he can. To add,
お邪魔します。
Mathis!
ちゃんが施設を訪ねたら、こちらでブローを捕まえる作戦を練るとお聞きして、僕も参加させてはもらえないでしょうか。もう勝手な行動はしないので。
Mathis has changed to find his way in here in the hopes of joining the group.
頭が痛い。
We just kind of have to accept all these people, man. I should give him some painkillers. I quietly took out a medicine kit from my luggage. Scien began the discussion by tossing us a bunch of papers containing the results from the autopsy.
ブローの狙いが死体だと分かった理由は単純。襲いかかった順番だ。
Order?
ああ。ブローがまず最優先で変死体を数体潰したとする。続いて目撃者たる近衛兵を一人残らず皆殺し。となると、奴らの死体には何が残ると思う？
先に潰した変死体の肉塊や血液が近衛兵の死体に付着していたってわけか。
近衛兵を最初に襲ったら逆になるはずだしね。
Scien nodded in agreement.
考えれば考えるほど不思議です。ブローはどうして遺体を真っ先に狙ったんでしょう。
今までに似たような事件はなかったのですか？
Mathis shook his head. It seemed Barreau only went after live victims prior to this particular incident.
ならば、やはり今回が特殊なケースということですか。
はい。あ、もしかして変死も奴が起こした事件？
襲撃の目的が遺体だったのなら十分にありえますね。
Lucas raised his finger.
自殺に走らせた原因、幻覚作用のある薬などをマルシェに流通させていたとか、それを知られたくないがために検視を防ごうとしたのかもしれません。
If so, then there is a good possibility Adolphe and even the children at the orphanage might have been in danger. The mere thought made me shiver.
確証のない憶測をするな。奴を捕らえて聞き出すのが一番
Easier said than done. He's killed so many people, so many highly trained people.
奴の目的が検視の妨害なら、それを逆手に取るまでだ。
Scien's plan was rather simple. The bodies from the first incident he wanted unearthed were still in their graves. So his plan to spread a rumor that he bought the bodies from their families for the purpose of performing autopsies. If Barreau's purpose was to stop any autopsies, then he would show up at some point to prevent that from happening. The rest was for us to lie in wait so that we could capture him the moment he appeared. We would lure in Barreau using false rumors.
あくまで今回は俺の個人的な、そうだな、趣味としての検視として研究所に持ち込む許可が王家より出ず、知人宅であるここで解剖をすると銘打ち、ダミーの死体を外に置いて餌にする。
でもむき出しのまま放置してたら露骨に怪しいですよね。
裏手に簡易テントでも張ってそこに運び込むか。
ならそれは俺が用意するよ。確か前に泊まりがけの依頼で使ったものが店の倉庫にあったはず。
それでもやはりあからさまな気はしますが。
一人ずつ暗殺するでもなく、近衛兵を一度に皆殺しにした相手だぞ。よほど変死体の回収にこだわっていると見た。罠だと承知で盗むか潰しに来るに決まっている。
では彼が襲撃に来た際、確実に捕らえるための策なども考えておきましょう。
I couldn't believe how quickly things were moving. I didn't need to say anything at all. On the other hand, I was so focused on the operation that I forgot to ask for details concerning my part. So, when is this plan expected to begin? I'd like to get some daily necessities ready so that everyone can move accordingly.
秘密裏にダミーの死体を作るには早くて3日はかかる。そうだな。それまでは準備を整えつつ、おのおの好き勝手に過ごせ。この衛兵相手にあんな派手なことをやらかした直後だ。さすがに数日は鳴りを潜めるだろ
う。もともとの活動頻度もそこまで高くありませんでしたしね。
Lucas smiled and began to speak.
最低限の警戒は必要ですが、ずっと張り詰めているのも精神上よくありません。特にイブ君とアドルフ君、君たちは連日の戦いや巡回、調査で疲れているでしょう。作戦まではゆっくり体を休めては。
Interesting, because we don't get their routes immediately. That's funny. So then automatically they won't be there.
自警団のみんなも警戒を続けてくれてるし、俺たちだけ休むわけにも。
その他の皆さんより2人が頑張りすぎているから私は言っているのですよ。
I agree with Lucas. The last time you two had time to rest was when you were at the hospital. It's not like your wounds have fully healed yet. I think it's better that you two rest and recover so that you're ready for next time.
僕が言うのもなんですけど、疲労した体でブローと戦うのはお二人でも無理ですよね。
The two of them grimace, possibly remembering the fight that night.
そうだね。まあ、万全でも勝てるかわからないけど。
休みつつ、久しぶりに稽古するか。
Confronted with our concern and logic, the only thing they could do was nod in response. With the direction now set, we might need to make some space to ensure everyone can sleep here. Adolphe, would it be alright if I tidied up the place just a bit?
ああ、助かる。ただし女のお前は一つだけある。
Thank you, I'll take the bed gladly.
男連中は全員ここでの雑魚寝で我慢しろ。
異論ありません。では、お掃除の邪魔をしないよう、我々は一度外に出るとしましょう。その後は彼女の手伝いをするなり、着替えなどの生活用品を取りに戻るなり、自由行動ということで。私も外泊することを伝えなければならない相手がいますから。
俺に手伝えることがあれば何でも言って。君一人に負担はかけたくないし。
Thank you very much. I'll ask you if I need any help then. Before I start cleaning, I better confirm something important. Alright, so let's see that choice. Alright. Ask about food supplies or bedding? Bedding. For them to sleep comfortably, I don't think I have to worry about that. Just some pillows and blankets. The floor might be hard, but it should be doable for the time being. I think food is more important. There's so many of us here, and we definitely need the energy. It was safe to assume Adolphe only had enough here for himself, which meant food supplies must be limited. Adolphe, can I check your pantry to see how much food you have at the moment?
ああ、大丈夫だ。それで、これが不足してるもんの一覧か。
Yes, this is all we need. Probably a lot.
最低でも3日間。朝昼晩の食事を6人分となると、やっぱりかなりの量になるね。
We could at least do, well, it's not the word recycle, but make a lot of big meals for like lunch and dinner at least. Like a stew or something we can have over multiple days.
君はまだマルシェに買い物に出るのは危険だろうし、俺たちで買い出しに行ってくるよ。
No, you don't. You two need to rest. You two need to make rest your top priority.
ただの買い物程度なら問題ねえよ。
I knew you would say that, but I'm still worried.
なら、僕が運転してきた自動車使いますか？たくさん荷物を詰め込めますし、移動も楽になるかと。
いや、悪いが遠慮する。あれで空根を走るとかなり目立つからな。
あ、そっか。お役に立てず、すみません。
では私が。
先生、さっき外泊を伝えなきゃいけない相手がいるって言ってたじゃないですか。俺たちのことは気にしないで、自分の用事を優先してください。
何往復かすれば俺たちだけでも手は足りる。
そうですか。ではお言葉に甘えて、戻り次第何かお手伝いしますね。
マティス、お前はそこの手伝いがかけらもない
Is he
男
just sitting around the
留
sofa?
守を預かってくれ。
念のため警戒は怠らず、ナイフは常備していた方が良いですよ。
ほう、
Is he sleeping?
はい。わかりました。
Hmm. From the way things sounded, Adolphe and Eves really were the only ones who could go do the grocery shopping. Are you really sure?
痩せ我慢なんてしてないから安心して。むしろ休んでばかりじゃ体がなまるし、適度に運動はしておかないと。
Understood then. Please just keep it within reason. If either of you feel sick or unwell, please come back here or go to the hospital as soon as you can, okay?
ただの買い物で心配しすぎだ。
They talked to each other about who would buy what as they headed out to the march. Two hours later. There we go. Ooh, a lot of vegetables.
全部揃ったかな
3往復してやっと終わったな。
Thank you so much. You two should rest for the day. I went outside to greet them as they returned with bags of groceries.
荷物を中に運ぶの、僕もお手伝いします。
Mathis quickly followed behind me when he let out a gasp and turned pale upon seeing Eves.
イブさん、腕の底、血が滲んでます。
Huh?
What?
Did you cut it on something? I looked more closely and discovered a bit of red seep through Eve's clothes.
ああ、荷物を持つために
You're
力んだ
killing
時、
Eves.
少し
Eves.
傷口が開いちゃったかな。
Bro, you have has your injury from your rib puncturing your lung even healed at this point? We have to treat it right away. Isn't that the one you got from Barreau?
いや、血の量も少ないし大丈夫。それより先に荷物を中へ。
Just a scratch, just a little bit of blood. We'll carry everything inside. Let me get some medicine and bandages. Eves, you don't sit your ass down somewhere. Mathis, can you please lead Eves inside and make sure he doesn't make a run for it?
はい、任せてください。しっかり連行していただきます。
包帯も薬ももったいないよ。
You're killing
この
me.
ぐらい放っておけばすぐ治
Bro,
るって。
stop.
もう、問答無用。
I'm sorry, Adolphe. I'm going to leave the groceries here for a moment. You go and rest if you're tired, okay?
ああ。
What's that look on your face?
あいつもマティスも
Okay.
本当にしたたかになったな。逆にイブのやつは相変わらずか。簡単に治るもんじゃねえのは分かってるし、助けられることもあるが、やっぱ見てるこっちが危なっかしい。
おやおや、戻ってきた途端、美味しそうな食材の山に出迎えられてしまいました。
あんたか？
はい、私です。おかげさまで用事を済ませることができました。こちらの食材はすべて中に運び入れる予定なのですか？
ああ、ただ人手が足りねえ。邪魔だろうが、今は避けて通ってく。
よいしょっと。
Hmm?
さすがに量が量なので
Lucas, please. Don't carry everything at once.
先ほどのお礼として私が食料庫まで運んでおきますので。
Did he pick it up so easily? Like when he punctured, what was it, Eve's chest with his, ribs? Huh? You're saying Lucas carried all the groceries himself? And all at once? It's another scene like that! Adolphe entertained us with a joke. Just how I was bandaging Eve's wounds. No! We don't believe him for a second time. He nodded in response to my question, at which both Eves and I both smiled. Really? You should like joking about our old teacher, Adolf.
実際は先生と二人で運んでくれたんだよね。ありがとう。手伝えなくて、ね。
Adolf, no.
次は僕もお手伝いしますから。小麦粉とか重かったですよね。腕痛めていませんか？
大丈夫ですよ。
No! It is leading into it again. Adolf, give it up.
なんで毎回俺しか目撃者がいねえんだ。
I love Lucas just being secretly strong and so strong no one will ever believe it because only Adolf sees it. With our daily necessities taken care of, I was able to clean the place myself. It didn't take more than a few minutes. Phew, that should do the trick. I asked Adolf beforehand what should be kept and what could go. After sweeping the dust into a dustpan, I wiped down the rest of the surfaces. The place is clear now, so they'll only need to push aside the furniture to sleep. Still, this place looks a bit too cramped for 5 people to sleep next to each other. I felt guilty about getting a room all to myself under these conditions. Then again, considering I attracted bad luck, it was better to keep my distance from them. The best I can do for them now is to make sure they can do what they need to do without worrying about much else. This is the job that I signed up for. Once everything had been cleaned, I asked them to check if everything was alright, and they were fine with the results. Issa had been in contact with Hugo during this time, and Mathis was in contact with Jean. They told Hugo and Jean about the operation, arranged for a tent to be brought, and asked them to get things ready to spread the rumor.
例の遺族とは明日にでも説明の場を設けてもらえることになりました。ひとまず俺とヒューゴで行って噂を広める段取りも決めてきます。
そうか、ご苦労。やはりいいな。指示を飛ばさずとも自主的に動く有能な手駒というのは。
It seemed no one was willing to respond to him the way he called them pawns. Adolf stared at Scien as he flipped through one of the books from the shelf. Noticing the book he was going through, Mathis spoke up.
あ、シアンさん、その本、もしかして漂流者について書かれてる言い伝えの本ですか？
Scien nodded in response, then closed the book.
気分転換に読んでみたが、つまらん。ここには誰もが持っているような本しか置いていないのか。
逆に聞くが、一国民の家にどんな本を期待してんだ？
まあ、その本に記してある漂流者の知識は確かに誰もが知っている内容ですね。
そういえば昔の話すぎて今じゃおとぎ話扱いされてるけど、これって一応は歴史書で書いてあることは全部事実なんだよね。
I knew a little about the subject as well. I learned about it in class before too. It was back when we didn't have reliver technology, and the people could only live until they were 23 years old. Oh, and something about countries beyond the ocean, where the people can live well beyond 80 years without becoming a reliver. There are stories of these elders who end their lives peacefully, with wrinkles on their skin and their hair all white. In the history books, they talk about how the Drifter came from another land to tell everyone about how humans normally age.
そうなんです。
Mathis' eyes sparkled as he jumped into the conversation.
その件で僕、ずっとシアンさんに尋ねたいことがありまして。
His usual shyness suddenly disappeared. Mathis struck up a conversation out of curiosity with the yawning Scien.
シアンさんがかつてリライバー技術を開発するための知恵を、その人、国外から流れ着いた漂流者から授かったというのは本当ですか？
ああ、そのことか。
Oh, you had contact with him.
期待しているところを悪いが、いくら俺が最古のリライバーとはいえ、時間の計算が合わないだろう。
Scien shrugged and explained that the drifter came well over 100 years ago.
ただ事実には限りなく近い。漂流者から知恵を授かったのは。
Okay, okay. So there is connection with the drifter. This was over 100 years ago. For as long as Arpachele had been in existence, it had been isolated in the midst of rough waters. With no connection to the outside world, no one in this country knew that they were cursed to only live for 23 years. But one day, a man who had come to be known as the Drifter was carried here by the strong currents. During his stay, he met a scientist and relayed the irregularity of living for only 23 years.
この国は死神に見入られている。
His words quickly spread across the land, and soon enough, the people started to mourn the curse put upon them. It was then that the scientist, Xian's grandfather, asked the Drifter,
一体どうすれば死の呪いを打ち破ることができる？
The Drifter answered,
わからない。だが、抗うための方法ならば、これらの書に書かれた知識を極めれば、たどり着けるかもしれない。
The Drifter brought out 4 books. Those 4 books were said to contain knowledge from around the world. Among the array of information, the scientists discovered hope in the concept of genetics, memory recording, and cloning technology. He decided to study these 2 subjects in an effort to extend one's lifespan by reviving as the same person after death.
しかし結局存命中に成果を残せず、父に後を継がせたものの、その父も根を上げて死んだのでな。しつこいぐらいに頼まれた俺がちょうど退屈だったのもあり、その基礎を応用してリライバー技術を開発したというわけだ。
Bored beyond belief.
暇つぶしで開発されたんだね。
Bro, that's wild. Like it's life-saving technology, but it was made because he was just bored. We looked at each other, perplexed by the odd truth behind the technology.
でも、あの言い伝えが本当だと知れただけでも嬉しいです。ただ、漂流者はその後の話には一切登場しませんよね。どこに行ってしまったんですか？
I'm assuming he died, right?
知らん。
Oh, just disappeared?
知らんって。
書を譲ってしばらくした後、祖父と何やらもめて雲隠れしたそうだ。
ああ、だからあんな唐突に物語の中に出てこなく。もっと深い事情とか背景があるかと思っていたのに。
Mathis's head lowered with disappointment.
でも順当に考えれば、そのままこの国で暮らしたんじゃないかな。それこそ当時から徹底的に鎖国を貫いているうちの国からは誰だろうと脱出できないし。
私も同意見です。呪いのせいで他国からも疎まれているらしいので、救援も絶望的かと。今に至るまでこの国に訪れた国外の人間は漂流者ただ一人だけという事実は今もなお 変わっていないと思いますよ。
That's a pretty sad thought. He couldn't return to his homeland, despite finding his way here by accident. Wait a minute. Does that mean there's a chance his bloodline is somehow alive in this country? He may have had a family here long ago. Just the thought of it felt romantic.
ふとガキの頃に抱いた疑問を思い出したんだが、漂流者が科学者に授けたという4冊あった学問書のうち、残りの3冊はどうなったんだ？
Scien grimaced at Adolph's question, then responded in a slightly bothered tone.
延命に無関係な分野の本など全く興味ない。
Are those 3 books still in your possession?
と、目にも留めず受け取らずに突き返したらしいぞ。
What do the other 3 books have, though? The Drifter gave 4 books. He gave them for a reason. Why did he only accept 1 and not the other 3? Wouldn't she be curious? Eves and Lucas grinned, as if they agreed it was something Scien's grandfather would do.
でも、短命さえなんとかできれば、長生きはできるわけですし、その選択をするのも仕方ありませんね。
Can I see those 3 books?
今も生命科学や医療、それらに付随する技術以外は、当時からほとんど発展していないそうですから。
しかし残りの本はどんな学問書だったのか、教師として純粋に知的好奇心をくすぐられますね。彼の祖父が受け取らなかったのなら、案外古本屋などの身近な場所に残っているかもしれません。
Lucas smiled playfully and asked that we let him know if we happen to find them. With the history lesson over, everyone continued getting their personal belongings settled in the house. With so many things to be done, we decided to postpone discussion of our plan until tomorrow. We ended up having some free time to ourselves later in the evening. Some were resting, while others were training to face Barreau. In my case, I'm done with the cleaning, so I really don't have anything to do now. It's been a while since I've been to Adolph's house. I may walk outside for a bit. Ooh, okay. Let's save? Okay. Go out into the garden or into a field? When we arrived at Adolph's house, it looked like, what is those called? Trellises? Like where you grow grapes on? Like the vertical things? I think I saw something like that. I'm not sure if there were grapes or not, but I'm really curious about this garden. A field. I guess it's the field beside his house. Adolph does live on the outskirts of the city, so there's not like other houses around the area, so a field would be there. Garden, field. The garden is closer to the house. Maybe it's better if I do that, stay close to the house just in case. Let's do the garden. I decided to head out into the garden. Ease made a living by working 2 jobs. Likewise, Adolph's secondary source of income was growing vegetables around his house and selling them at the march. I didn't know that. Okay, so he has a green thumb. The produce he sold was so fresh that they always sold out immediately. According to Adolph, it was none other than Eves who taught him how to grow vegetables. Eve's pastime was tending to his garden, so he taught what he knew to Adolph, who was looking for more work. As I was lost in my thoughts... Mathis! Did he trip? Suddenly, Mathis' frail body came flying toward the house. After bounding a couple times on the ground, he stopped just before hitting the house. Are you good? Huh? Mathis? I hurried toward him. Mathis, are you alright? What happened? I propped up his dirt-covered body and checked to see if he was hurt. Don't tell me, it's Barreau. I glared and looked around the area, but Mathis got up from my arms and gave a weak smile.
違います。びっくりさせてごめんなさい。これ、ただの訓練ですから。
It was training. Huh?
ほう。とっさにしてはうまくいせ
With
え
Scien,
たな。俺ら
really?
に直撃させるつもりで蹴り飛ばしたんだが。
Scien seemed to appear out of nowhere as he spoke. Behind him, Lucas was looking at Mathis with worry. What's going on?
見ての通り訓練だ。俺も最低限の護身術を自己流だが身につけていてな。運動代わりに一人で型を確かめていたら、こいつが自分を鍛えてくれと言い出し、しつこくてな。
Mathis reached out to the dough knife he had been using, before slowly getting to his feet.
前回のことで自分の無力さを痛感したので、作戦までに少しでも強くなりたいと。シアンさん、科学者ですけど、とっても強いんですよ。僕、さっきの蹴り見切れませんでした。
ならもうやめるか。
いえ、もう一回お願いします。では、行きます。
Usually charging and screaming at the same time. Doesn't work sometimes, right? Especially if you're an amateur. With a roar, Mathis positioned his knife and ran towards Scien head on.
行くと予告されて対応しない殺人鬼
Okay, yeah.
か。
Scien kicked in a somewhat lethargic fashion, which is still strong enough to send Mathis back to the ground. Jesus! Even so, Mathis stood up again and again to face his opponent. I winced at the sound of each blow letting on Mathis as I made my way toward Lucas. Is this really alright? It doesn't look like training to me.
大丈夫ですよ。ああ見えてシアンさんも加減をしているようですし、何より意外と言ったら失礼でしょうか。マティス君の立ち回りもなかなかのものです。
He's doing well. Seeing that Mathis was completely on the defensive, it didn't seem to me like he was doing so well.
マティス君の体力や身のこなし自体はシアンさんより劣っていますが、代わりに彼は反射と判断力が秀でているように見受けられます。
Okay, so Mathis isn't all too bad at fighting, he just needs to hone his skills a bit.
蹴りの中でも特に重い一撃を見切り、正面から受けるのを避けていますね。
Really? I wasn't a fighter myself, so I didn't see the difference between each strike. But even if he was avoiding heavy kicks, he was still getting injured. Soon enough, Mathis's knife was kicked away, and he fell rear first on the ground.
ここまでですね。これ以上続けると体を痛めてしまいますよ、マティス。
はい。シアンさん、ありがとうございました。いい訓練になったかと。
どこがだ。
Scien, just let him have this.
腕を磨きたいなら今後は俺よりクルーンと自警団に頼め。獲物の扱い方もあいつらの方が心得ている。あるいはそっちの教師でもいいがな。
Scien rolled his shoulders as he turned his attention to Lucas. You mean Lucas.
気づいていないのか。
No one believes that Lucas is a strong fighter. Oh, bro, I want to see Lucas go batshit crazy. Huh? Mathis and I stared at the beautifully delicate Lucas. He then chuckled with a lovely smile on his face.
これでも教師ですからね。いざという時、教え子を守れる程度には鍛えているつもりですよ。彼女とマティス君を両脇に抱えて国を一周するぐらいは
Hello?
余
Wait.
裕です。
Lift me, lift me. Lucas spoke in a somewhat embarrassed tone. But the information I was hearing simply didn't match the gentle man in front of me.
抱えられる側ではなくてですか？
マティス君は気弱に見えて正直な子ですね。
Lucas kept his beautiful smile, as if Mathis's words didn't bother him one bit. Before long, the sun had completely set. I was now faced with a predicament. If I'm here to help as a maid, then that means I need to cook too, right? I knew it was strange to be unsure when I was the one who asked everyone to buy groceries. Everyone would be returning inside soon. Considering how busy everyone was, I need to make enough for everyone and then some. I knew that, but somehow, memories of the day I made breakfast for Milo and the children returned to mind. Perhaps I could ask someone else to cook for me. Or maybe I should ask one of them to buy something to eat from the march. My mind began to come up with ideas. I slapped my cheeks with my hands to knock the negative thoughts out of my mind. I should get moving and prepare dinner already. I doubt they'd be that surprised, and they can decide for themselves whether they want to eat or not. If they refuse to eat what I made, I can eat it myself in portions for a few days. Oh, don't worry, I'm sure they're all going to eat the food, honestly. I think the whole Milo experience obviously really shook her up, honestly. It's bad, honestly. I keep saying honestly, I'm sorry, but it's really horrible, and I really hope that she can get some more confidence. We are seeing her grow confident as the story goes on. I rolled up my sleeves and headed into the kitchen. So what are we making? Something that should be easy enough to make large proportions and then some. With the ingredients all set out, I started dicing the vegetables when...
あ、やっぱりもう準備始めてたんだ。
Ease came peeking through the entrance. In his hand was a huge box, and each time he took a step forward, I could hear water splashing from inside. Eves? What is that?
これ？家から持ってきた食材。俺、
Ooh.
料理が趣味の一つなんだ。
What'd you bring?
せっかくの機会だし、ずっと考えていたレシピをみんなに振る舞いたいと思って。君の邪魔はしないし、なんなら作業も手伝うから、隣で作らせてもらっていい？
Well, sure, if you don't mind. But I'm curious what you have in there. What's inside? A soup? Stew? It's sloshing around.
ただの魚だよ。
Oh, alive? Ease opened the top of the box with glee. He took out the small tank and showed me the fish swimming slowly around. I've never seen a fish like that before. Was it really a fish? It was strangely round, with very different features from a normal fish. What is it? Round? Pufferfish? That's the only round fish I really know. As Ease happily sharpened his knife, I wondered whether I was more curious than necessary. Maybe he got a fish that's rarely found at the market. If that was the case, I could see that he was preparing something special for everyone. I wonder what kind of recipe he has in mind with this fish. I can't wait. Based on how happy he seemed, I figured he must be a really good cook. Is he? Wait. It would be nice if I could watch him, but I need to start cooking so we had enough food on the table for everyone. We're not seeing what he's doing. Can Eves actually cook now? Now I'm worried. A few hours later, preparations for dinner went smoothly. Ooh, everything looks delicious though. Hold on. Spread across the table was a feast for 6.
おや、これは実に食欲をそそられるメニューですね。彼女と共に育ったアドルフ君はこんな素敵な手料理を毎日のように食べていたのですか。
いい香り。羨ましいです。
見てアドルフ、依頼の報酬でもらったお酒家からたくさん持ってきちゃった。彼女が用意してくれた料理にも合うだろうし、みんなで飲み会しようよ。飲み会。
We have work tomorrow. They can rest, but all of us have some things to do before Barreau appears.
本当に飲み会好きだな。弱いくせに。
He's a lightweight.
羽を伸ばすと一度決めた以上、君も潔く伸ばすべきですよ。アドルフ君、シアンさんも飲まれるでしょ。
Do you drink?
まあ、たまには安い酒もいいか。
Bro, killing it cheap? Sorry, we're commoners.
僕はやめておきます。18にならないと飲酒は認められないので。
I don't drink either. Let me get some cups and glasses for everyone. Everyone sat down in the chairs around the table that were brought from Kurun. Lucas gave a prayer of thanks to God, then the noisy banquet began. Meat, eggs, vegetables. A variety of dishes colored the table, but in particular, the fish that Eve sliced really stands out. I was surprised the first time I heard that fish could be eaten raw, but the cuts of fish are really pretty. They look like shards of glass. The dish attracted everyone else's attention as forks reached out for a slice of the fish. I decided to observe everyone's reactions before having a bite. 5 seconds later, did it make them throw up? A tragedy occurred. No! Is Ease a bad cook? Huh? Glasses fell onto the table, splashing wine all over. Like a murder scene, the red wine spread slowly across the floor. Oh no! Oh no! 3 of them had their heads on the table, seizing and foaming at the mouth. The 3 who gathered to capture Barreau would have never met otherwise. What's happening? No reply. Suddenly, Scien raised his arm limply after letting out a gurgle cough. Bro. Ease, what did you give them? What was that fish? We need a doctor, now. My mind stretched far into the distance, toward Dr. Capuchin. 10 minutes later.
見たことねえ料理が紛れてると思ったら。
Dear God, they're alive.
またお前の仕業か。
It was round, so was it a puffer fish?
危うく23の天命を全うする前に神のもとへ召されるところでした。
Of course he would be.
面白い。全身の痙攣、激しい吐き体の各部に残る強いしびれ。何をどう調理すればこんな症状が起きるようになる。
The 3 returned from the brink of death, their bodies propped up by their elbows. Eves, what was that? After witnessing the tragedy, I finally realized the truth behind Eve's cooking. he's the most horrible cook in the world. His cooking actually knocks people out cold.
答えろ。今度はどんなゲテモノを料理に紛れ込ませた？
This time, he's done this before. Ease pouted a bit in response to Adolf's question.
ゲテモノじゃないってば。ちゃんと味見も
He's
した
still
し。
alive?
アドルフも知ってるはずだよ。ほら、この間海辺に流れ着いてきた。
Oh my god.
愛嬌がある顔のさ。
Why are you... Oh, hold on. My bad, y'all. I did that by accident. Why is he grabbing stuff? There we go. Why is he just grabbing random fish? Oh no. Hold on. I accidentally pressed a button. Hold on. We should be good. We should be good. I pressed the cord to my switch.
いかにも危険そうな魚、逃がしてなかったのか。というか食べる気になったのか、あれを。
どんな未知の食材だろうと、丁寧に処置すれば美味しくいただけるは
No,
ず。
Eves, you knocked out 3 people.
っていうのが、うちに代々伝わる家訓だからね。逃がすなんてもったいないことできないよ。
その意味不明な家訓と味音痴で何度自警団が壊滅しかけたと思ってる。この殺人料理マニア。
So he's done this multiple... Wait, did Adolf know it was Eve's cooking? If Adolf knew, he should not have eaten that. So he's a bad taster too. I found out that his cooking pit the members of the corps against death on a daily basis. Scien's and Lucas's face went pale as they imagined it. It was then that Mathis finally began to speak. Come to think of it, Mathis hadn't been knocked out cold like the others. He had it too?
アドルフさん、そんなに
He
言わな
enjoyed
くて
it.
も味覚は人それぞれですし。僕はこれ美味しいと思います。
Eyes filled with awe and confusion focused on Mathis. But I could see with my own eyes that he was speaking the truth because he took another slice of the fish and ate it happily without showing any signs of illness whatsoever. But he's so happy someone actually ate and enjoyed his cooking. Seeing someone actually enjoy his dish, E's face lit up.
だよね。ちゃんと美味しいよね。
はい。きっと皆さん、慣れない味と食感に驚いてしまったのかと。根気よく作り続けていけば、きっとこの美味しさを理解してくれる人が増えていきますよ。
嬉しいな。俺の料理を認めてくれたのは君が初めてだよ、マティス。俺、
I wonder
もっと
why.
頑張るね。
Oh no, oh
みん
no,
な
oh
に
no.
喜んでもらえる料理を作れるように。
Mathis, no.
応援してます。
Oh
次
my
に
god.
何かまた作られたら、ぜひ食べてみたいです。
Anything Ease makes, we just immediately give it to Mathis and no one else.
もちろん、真っ先に君を招待するよ。
On the one hand, while I was observing what seemed like an enjoyable conversation between brothers.
悪夢の連鎖だ。
Oh well. With a newfound supporter, his destructive cooking would only spread. I could tell that much from Adolf's pain groan. After carefully confirming that the other dishes were prepared by me, they began eating once again. Look at them, they're so cute! Oh my god, everyone's so diced and happy!
おや、グラスの減りが悪いようですが。
Does he still have the wine splashed on him from passing
研究
out?
所での生活が中心となると、やはりこういったたしなみとは縁遠くなるもので。
安い酒が舌に合わんだけだ。お前こそ 経験なる信徒様が酒なんて飲んでいいのか？
I've been noticing every time Lucas talks, you can see slight fangs, but his mouth moves so quickly. But now we see it. Lucas has fangs.
勘違いされがちですが、私の神は禁酒の法を敷かれていません。節度を守り、酒という欲に溺れることがなければ問題ないと私は解釈しています。
そうか。で、一人で酒を何本開けた
？12本ですね。
How many?
アルコールを短時間で過剰に摂取すると分解能力が追いつかず痛い目を見るぞ。そうだな。具体的な例を挙げれば悲惨なことになる。
I think he's fine.
もしや顔に出ないだけですでに相当酔われています？
Oh, hold on.
まだグラス一杯のお酒すら飲まれていなかったはずですが。
は？何をバカなこと。俺は酔ってなどいない。見ろ、この程度の安酒なら浴びるように飲める。
Really?
比喩ではなく本当に頭から浴びていますね。これは後ほどお掃除が大変そうです。
誰が胃袋としそう脆弱じじいだ。
一言も言っていません。
シアンさん、お酒に弱いんですね。意外ですけど、完璧より何か隙があった方が親しみやすくていいと思いますよ。
And Ease is drunk as hell.
ねえ。
Oh my god.
あれ？いつの間にか。
Oh, he's really
縮
drunk.
んだ？それに、なんだか肌の色も変わって。
Oh,
イーブ。
no way.
話しかけてんのは
Bro.
空になった酒瓶だ。
Yeah, so at least we know for real, that Ease cannot handle his alcohol.
あれ？ああ、ごめん。こっちだった。
イーブさん。僕、マティスです。
もう一本開けるぞ。俺はまだまだ飲める。
Mm.
俺もおかわり都合。
こぼれてます。飲む前に全部こぼれてます。
Alcohol is really scary. Yeah, it is. I think that summed up the situation well.
でも、ちょっと楽しそうです。いいな。僕もあと1年早く生まれてたらな。ただ、イーブさんとシアンさんのイメージが一気に崩れてしまったのが。
新たな側面を知ることもまた親睦を深めるということですよ。
Drinking quietly to himself, Adolf hit his head and groaned.
お前ら二人はこんな大人になってくれるなよ。
He pleaded to me and Mathis, with as little strength as he had left in him. Hold on.
あ、こっちのオムレツおいしい。お酒よりミルクと一緒に食べた方がいいかな。
こちらの魚のソテーもなかなかですよ。ハーブの香りが臭みをうまく消し去っていて。
油分が少ないものはないのか。胃がもたれる。
でしたら、こっちに美味しいサンドイッチが。
Okay, so we're done with our little party. Hopefully, Ease will be fine. I brought it up earlier, but I thought maybe I should confirm just in case. Now it's probably not the best time, but... I mentioned this earlier, but I prepared most of the dishes. Are you okay with that? My voice stopped everyone, including the two who were drunk. The four of them blinked a few times, then they all looked at me at once. Hold on. They looked at me with bewilderment, not understanding what I was asking. I was surprised. Surprised and happy beyond belief. Not us crying! Before I knew it, a tear rolled down my cheek.
どうしたんですか？
俺たちなんか変なこと言っちゃった？泣かないで、俺のハンカチ貸すから。うわーだ！
おやおや、派手に転んでしまって。
They're so short! He took about again! Bro, East is gonna die because of Lucas.
ん？ああ。悪いな。グラスと間違えて酒を注いでしまった。
お気になさらず。本当に面白い酔い方をされますね。
ハンカチも水も俺が用意するから、酔っ払いどもはおとなしくしてろ。
Each of their actions brought me a sense of joy and comfort, and soon... I couldn't hold back any longer. I bent forward, holding my stomach with laughter. What a warm and joyous sight. To think that only days ago, I held a dagger to my neck with a desire to commit suicide. I never expected the day would come when I would be laughing again like a child. This all feels like a dream. After Ease and the rest got through their hangover, we were finally moving forward to get our operation underway. The tent from Karun that Hugo delivered was set up in the garden. We decided on the grouping and placement of the corpse so they could protect the commoners first and foremost. We also got approval to spread rumors about requesting access to the bodies from their families. John was keeping an eye on the situation in Chedis and visited Mathis to see how he was doing. Lucas has something he needed to attend to during the afternoon hours, but he always returned by night, reporting to us information he heard from the residents about Chedis and Cohen. Scien returned to the Institute each day to prepare the dummy corpse for the operation. The two members of the corps were finding time to train with Mathis, and as for me, the best I could do for everyone was handling the daily chores so I could make their lives a little less stressful. Late one night, unable to sleep, I was lured outside by the moonlight shining through the window. Adolf's house was located on the outskirts of town, so regardless of the time, the area was always quiet and peaceful. So much so that it was hard to believe a killer like Barreau was actually hiding somewhere relatively nearby. Though it might not be right to say, I felt the days here were very fun. No one died because of me, and no notable misfortune occurred. Everyone here accepted me for who I was, allowing me to enjoy myself as I please. The happiness I dreamed about for years had finally arrived, but I was still confused at the change. It's as if I'm finally living like a normal girl.
それは当然だと思う。
Uncle? Oh my god!
私が君の力を抑え込んでいるからね。
The Watchman of Death, who came from Hades to appear in front of me that day. Oh my god! Look at him! Uncle.
久しいね。同胞のひねぎ。息災で何よりだ。
Bro, his voice actor is so good.
私の助言は君の道しるべになっているかな？
Yes. After a moment's pause, I nodded. This mysterious man was responsible for the life I was living now. And he wanted me to go after the killer in exchange for it to continue. If we enter into a contract again, I didn't need to be so cautious in front of him. Still, if he's appearing, does that mean I'm ending the general route? I'm getting close to it? What exactly do you mean when you say that you're suppressing my power?
そのままの意味さ。
That's why no one's been dying. Around us at least.
私は君の自死を止めた際、とある術を
I have not seen this
君の身に
pose.
かけ、一時的に死神としての力を抑え込むことに成功した。
Duration. And that's the reason nothing bad has happened.
少々運も絡むが、私の力によるところが大きい。しかし、この術にも限界がある。一定期間が過ぎ効果が切れれば、君はまた人に死を招く死神に戻ってしまうだろ
う。I see. As I murmured sadly, Uncle's brow rose.
姫君、そんな悲しそうな顔をしないで。
Stop talking to me! I can't! I'm gonna fall so easily!
私もね、好きで君に意地悪をしているわけではないのだよ。君の死神としての力は膨大だ。私とて条件を満たさぬ限り完全に無効化することはできない。それを果たすために提示したのがあの契約なのさ。
That's right. I remember you said something similar back then. Thank you very much for the reminder. I can't promise you now, but I'll think about it once I'm feeling calmer.
ああ、それがいいだろう。そろそろ事態も状況も動き出す。多くの出会いを経て、君は一体どの死に向き合うことになるのか。あのリコリスの花園で決断を下す時を心待ちにしているよ。
A curtain of leaves flew into the air, and just like on that first night, Anko disappeared into the darkness. Yes. My current life was only temporary. No matter how many fun things were, everyone had a place to which they must return one day. In fact, once this incident was resolved, it was possible I would never speak with those who gathered here ever again. I accept that. I only want to repay them for the bright smiles they gave me. I do what I can to help. I knew exactly how I could start. I'll make something even better for breakfast to make everyone happy. Did we make it to the end of the general route? Or are we still going? The following day, finally, the key piece needed to complete the operation had finally arrived. So, those are the dummy corpses. In the room were a few bodies made to look like real humans. I gasped in surprise upon taking a closer look at the faces, lacking eyes and a mouth.
それは豚肉などを元に人間の型のみ再現した。
Oh.
人形だ。今は綺麗なものだが、後ほどあえて破損させ、発見時そのままの状態に再現する。
Not in the house, right? I bet they're good enough to deceive Barreau. I was frightened by their appearance. I assumed you're going to prepare them out of ceramic or mud.
それだと触った質感や重量で即座に見抜かれるだろう。
Scien added that will also pose a risk as they could be easily broken.
ここからが本題だ。お前、この人形たちに服を着せてみろ。
Huh? Scien tipped over a sack of boxes, and out came a load of different clothes.
丸裸の死体。というのもおかしな話だろう。カツラもこちらで用意した。被害者の性別や年齢に見合った服なら何でもいい。
I see. So that's why he brought me here. Understood. Let me get started right away.
どうした？
Well, I've only taken a glance so far, but the clothes you have doesn't seem to match the size of any of the dummies. Bro, you couldn't even do that? The dummies should have been made to resemble adult men and women. But the clothes here were too small. I could even spot some children clothes mixed in.
無理やり着せればいいだろ
Bro. The clothes will tear if we force them. Why were they selected in the first place?
う。売り上げが良く単価が最も高いものを片っ端からマルシェで買ってきた。
So, the compatibility to age and gender.
していない。服なんぞ最低限肌を
Shut up! Oh my god. Okay. This seemed to be typical of Scien, who lived isolated at the Institute. It still didn't solve the problem of not having suitable clothing to fulfill his demand of dressing them properly. I'm sorry, but can you give me some time? I'll try and resize the clothes using the extra fabric we have here.
そんなことできるのか？
I might as well. Yes, just enough to make them decent.
わかった。好きにしろ。ただし明日の夜までには仕上げてみせろ。
Right. I quickly got to work by carrying the clothes to the room where I was currently staying.
あいつに育てられたとは思えんほど従順で静かな。
Is that a dig at Mother?
あの娘が振りまくという不幸、死や火災、迷子や雷雨といった迷信にはかけらも興味なぞないが、今後の状況によっては別件で使えるかもしれん。
After somehow managing to tailor the clothes to fit the dummies, everyone finally began to take definitive action for the operation. The dummies were damaged and decorated with fake blood to look similar to the bodies from the incident, then placed in the tent. The families of the victims began to spread the rumor that Scien forcibly purchased the bodies from them, just as Eve had planned. At Cernerville, Dahoot helped us with the operation by making an announcement that the Institute had nothing to do with it. We slowly increased the number of bodies in the tent over a 2-day span. Now, we were lying in wait for Barreau to arrive. The Corps had fortified their night patrol unit so that the fight with Barreau wouldn't lead to casualties among the residents. While it would be helpful to have help from anyone who would get
相手が規格外すぎるからな。お前ら自警団のツートップがまとめてかかってもかなわねえ相手とか。下手に俺らが手出ししたところで足手まといの死者が増えるだけだ。けどお前らが死んだら多分俺がリーダーを引き継ぐことになる。んな責任ある立場なんてごめんだ
survive,
ね。
so I don't have any more responsibilities.
だからイブ、アドルフ、勝たなくていい。死ぬんじゃねえぞ。
もちろん。戻ったらしばらく休みがちになってたクルーン業再開しないとね。
二度と遅れを取る気はねえ。必ず生きて帰ってくる。
坊ちゃん、やはり俺は坊ちゃんの参加の
everyone's getting
反対で
ready.
す。あまりにも危険すぎます。 せめて俺もおそばに。
ダメ。これ以上人数増やすと目立つから。心配してくれてありがとう。じゃあ。でも今回は亡くなった人の遺体の行方もかかってるから、皆さんの邪魔をしたり一人で勝手なことはしないよ。ちゃんと戻ってくるから屋敷で待ってて。
わかりました。その言葉信じておりますからね。
シアンさん、早く終わらせて戻ってきてくださいね。シアンさんが抜けると全体の稼働率がかなり落ちるんです。僕もう3日は寝てません。
たかが3日がどうした。いっそ俺の記録を超えるつもりで17日間徹夜してみろ。お前ならできる。
寿命が来る前に殺すつもりですか？
Possibly. Mother.
うすうす予想はしていたけれど、あなたまで参加するのね。
Yes, Adolf isn't too happy, but everyone came to the decision that it would be safer for me to be with them than staying at his place alone. I'm worried about them too. I want to try and help them as much as possible without getting in the way.
そのお手伝いの内容は危険なものではないでしょうね。
Nope, nothing. Yes, my job is to stay away from danger and take care of anyone who might get injured from the fight. I won't do anything rash, so please don't worry about me, Mother.
相手が相手なのよ。心配するに決まっているでしょう。あなたのわがままを認めると、あの日約束してしまったものね。
Mother.
アドルフと二人で必ず無事に戻ってくるのよ。あの日楽しみにしていた3人での食事会もまだ開けていないのだから。
Understood. Two days quickly pass as each of us prepared for the upcoming encounter. Finally, our target made his move. We're actually getting the whole operation? I could hear rustling coming from outside. I was sleeping near the others in the room, but I quickly rose up upon hearing the noise.
来たか。
Oh shit. Everyone took notice and got up. We then peeked outside to discover a shadow, trying to drag one of the dummies she had made out of the tent. The fearsome shadow was buried into my mind. So I'm glad we used the pork to make the bodies, because he's dragging it. If it was any other material, he would definitely notice it wasn't human. Adolf, Ease, and Mathis all jumped out at the same time. The shadow had dragged out one of the dummies from the tent. This turned his back for a moment. Mathis quickly threw his knife like before. Oh shit, he actually got him? The knife found its mark on Moreau's back, and he groaned in an indistinguishable voice. In a flash, Adolf moved toward the front, and Eve toward the back to sandwich Moreau.
これは警告だ。さっきお前に刺さったナイフには
Is it?
指向性の強力な毒が塗られている。
それを解毒するための薬は俺たちしか用意していない。
Are you gonna take that chance?
だから助かりたかったら今すぐ武器を下ろして。
They were bluffing. The knife was treated with only an anesthetic. but there was no reason for us to tell Burrow the truth. If this was a normal person, he would beg for his life and give up to get the poison out of him, but Burrow didn't say anything and didn't even look afraid. He hurdled the dummy he dragged out right at Adolphe. The dummy landed on the sword that Adolphe raised in defense. His sword and sight were momentarily blocked, and using the opportunity, Burrow quickly turned and ran as blood continued seeping down his back. He's leaving, actually. He's not fighting. He ran?
なんと、しびれ薬を塗られてもなお、あんな動きができるのですか。
So, does he have confidence in healing himself, or does he not believe the bluff?
言ってる場合か。出るぞ。
悪い。取り逃がした。
We didn't expect him to run like that, though.
まさかこっちの脅しに耳を傾けもしないなんて。
まあそう簡単に捕まるのならこの衛兵たちも殺されていないだろう。だが動き自体は鈍っている。今なら車で追いつけるはずだ。
Claude boy.
クロードの末っ子。
はい。自動車の用意できてます。
最終確認ですが、マティス君は本当に運転できるんですね。
大丈夫です。初日だってこの車を運転してこの家にお邪魔したんですから。
I felt assured, seeing his confident nod as I sat down in the front seat as the team's medic.
狭い。
Look, stop complaining.
我慢しろ。詰めろとか言ったら蹴り出すぞ。
I can sit in the back instead.
乗り直している時間がもったいないです。このまま追跡しましょ
う。ですね。けど追いつけるかな。彼、入り組んだ路地へ続く道の方に走っていったし。
問題ありません。
He firmly gripped the steering wheel and revved the engine.
あの程度の距離、僕ならすぐに詰められます。
Look at Mathis being all serious. I like the sight of him. Mathis's eyes changed. Oh no! Oh no! She is gonna throw up! Having a car chase seat is hilarious. Oh my gosh, Lucas is cute as hell. Eve is scared. Adolphe is making sure Scien doesn't throw up on him. With a huge roar of the engine, the car quickly turned into an iron horse galloping across the road. Mathis, you're going way too fast. We're dangerously close to... Okay. Alright, alright. I was sitting in the passenger seat, so I could hold onto the windowsill to fight the turns, but the back seat was in utter chaos.
おお、マティス君はハンドルを握ると性格が変わる人ですか。見事な車体さばきですが、これは明らかにマナー違反です。後ほど安全運転について解く
Dear God, Lucas, no.
必要がありますね。
そんなのんきなことを言ってる場合じゃ、このままじゃ俺たちの方が先に死ぬ。
Oh no, oh no, Scien, please.
クルーンと自警団の
Are you gonna kill yourself instead?
俺に剣の鞘を貸せ。なんなら上着でも構わんぞ。
あんた中に履くつもりだろ。絶対貸さねえ。だから静かにしてください。
Bro. The car took a sharp right. I was surprised to see that we narrowly fit into the alley. Fortunately, there weren't many homes here, and the corpse already told everyone to stay inside, but...
何遊んでんだ、あいつら。
It wasn't surprising that a few curious people peeked outside through their windows.
なんだよ。
Please stay inside.
自警団が大量死の犯人を追うとかいう話だったんじゃねえのか。
けど今一瞬死神の娘がアドルフやイブと同情してるのが見えたぞ。
ならあの子も犯人逮捕に協力してる
Yeah,
っていうか、そもそも犯人じゃないってこと？
obviously. Inside the speeding car, I had no idea what the residents might be thinking as we whipped past their faces in the window. Sparks flew as the car scraped the walls from time to time, but Mathis kept up the speed in pursuit of our target. And finally, did we hit him?
見つけた。
Bro, we hit this man with our car. His eyes filled with hatred. Mathis gripped the wheel tightly, and without a single moment of hesitation,
最低限ショックは抑えますが、念のために身構えてください。
run him over! Run him over! Before anyone could ask what he meant, the engine roared and accelerated to its maximum speed. Wait, hold on. You're not going to... One of the benefits of being in the front seat was I was in full view of the accident Mathis was purposely going to cause. Everyone duck! I quickly shout to the back seat, but Mathis suddenly pumped the brakes and... The car finally collided. He rammed the car right into Barreau, who was running ahead of us. Oh shit! Did we actually capture him? Is everyone alright? Get out of the car and check on Barreau. We need him alive. With my medikit in hand, I jumped out of the passenger seat and checked on everyone in the back seat. Did Scien throw up? Yeah, we're alive. We're good.
なんとか奇跡的に全員生きてるかな。
君の方こそ怪我はありませんか？
Yeah, I suppose that was lucky. Lucas kicked off the now wrecked door, and tumbling out behind him came the other 3 passengers.
何が死ねだ。死にかけたのはこっちだ。
Scien covered his mouth with his hand, just as he was beginning to curse the driver. A small shadow quickly got out of the car.
ごめんなさい。
Well,
シャンからも
it helped out.
坊ちゃんは運転が荒いって注意されていたんですけど、ハンドルを握ったらつい熱が入ってしまって。
For some reason, I felt a chill when I saw Mathis back to his usual self.
それよりブローはどうなった？
Adolphe, over there. I pointed my finger at... He's still there! Oh, thank God! Oh, thank God! On the road, was Barreau using his weapon as a crutch to hold himself up. So he's beaten a bit, so hopefully we have a better time fighting him now. Good. He's alive. My sense of relief was short-lived, as he positioned his weapons and... With a swift kick off the ground, he leapt toward us like a beast.
イブ、構えろ。
あの傷でまだ戦えるのか。
殺すなよ。まだ盗んだ死体の居場所を吐かせていない。
余裕があればな。
二人とも私と共にもっと後ろへ。
Got it. Please, Mathis, just for once. At my former teacher's instruction, I somehow forced Mathis, who was trying his best to stop himself from attacking Barreau, to step back as far as possible. The moment arrived. Weapons of offense and defense clashed. Hello? What do you mean switching Poves? Who's Pove? Just like that night. More than that night, Burrow attacked them more fiercely than before. He was wounded badly from the collision, but he showed no signs of pain as his wound tore with each swing of his halberd. Even so, Yves was confused. He was parrying the blows with his sword as he glanced toward Adolphe. What's wrong? The eyes looked back at him in agreement, which meant he was not the only one. During the previous battle, the two of them learned that they were at a disadvantage from both a skill and strength standpoint. But now, the assailant was attacking without hiding his savagery. He was attacking without any thought now, like a feral animal. Back then, they sensed that none of their attacks would hit their mark. Their instincts told them so they focused on their defense. He suddenly decided on it.
とりあえずやってみよう。これ以上戦いが長引いたら彼は死んでしまうかもしれない。俺はまだ彼と何も話していない。どうしてこんなことをしたのか、それを聞くまでは死なせないよ。
Yves began to tap a rhythm, then repositioned his sword. He then charged straight at Burrow. Oh? That's bold. Adolphe called out as soon as he realized what Yves was going to do. Burrow was ready to thrust his weapon. Yves smiled on the inside. His target had no intention of dodging. A part of his shoulder was gouged, sending blood into the air. Still, Yves didn't stop. With a good deal of effort, Yves crouched down and appeared from below, who was now stunned by the move. He thrust his sword to pierce Burrow's arm, and quickly, Adolphe appeared from behind Yves and swung his sword. His blade struck the target's other arm. Did we actually get him? Yves! With both arms wounded, blood flowed down onto the road. Mathis and I tried to call Yves' name, but he wasn't showing any pain at all. He then pushed his sword deeper into Burrow so that he couldn't get away. Burrow finally lost his ability to hold his weapon when... Who's that? What do you mean, question mark? I sensed a sharp object flying by the side of my face. Mathis? The projectile pierced Burrow's shoulder. Before Burrow could even groan, Adolphe and Yves quickly tackled him to the ground. The object that struck him fell and clinged onto the ground. A knife? Wait. The ground was the knife that Mathis always had strapped to his leg. He had drawn it without any of us knowing, and threw it at lightning speed. I didn't notice it at all. I looked at Mathis in surprise. But for some reason, he was also looking at the knife on the ground and at his own leg in confusion. He did... Did Lucas do that?
素晴らしい。100点満点の投擲です。
No, Lucas did that, and he's... Oh my god, he's doing it again. Bro, Lucas said a duff is a duff.
今日は予想外の行動ばかりするな、クロードの末っ子。だが、ようやく終わったか。
Before Mathis could respond, Scien walked toward Barreau. Take off the hood, take off the hood, who is it? Seeing Barreau trying to break free, Scien briskly kicked his head.
おっと、すまんな。今の俺は車酔いで、少しばかり機嫌が悪い。
He then stomped on Barreau's head, so that it bounced off the ground. Jesus!
ああ、死んではないけど、完全に脳震盪を起こしてるね。
えげつないな。あんた靴底に鉄板仕込んでるだろ。
自衛用だ。人間相手にはめったに使わんから安心しろ。さて、旗迷惑なブロードや。
Take off the hood, I swear to God, stop
俺とは
stalling.
これが初対面だな。とっとと身分と死体の隠し場所を白状してもらおうか。
Cien's fingers reached down to remove the hood covering Barreau's face. Suddenly, dripping could be heard from the alley. No! Take off the hood! Take off the hood! Do not do this to me. Maybe some passing rain? It's blood, isn't it? The dripping slowly increased in frequency, and it was a muttered mixture of varying tempos. Lucas' face suddenly went pale.
皆さん、今すぐそこから。
Is it gas? From the car? The three surrounding Barreau instinctively jumped back even before his warning. Suddenly, a few centimeters before Scien could touch the hood, from right above Barreau, death mercilessly rained down. What do you mean? No! I could smell and taste the pungent odor of the liquid and flesh burning. In seconds, Barreau's skin changed color into a pale, ashen color. Soon enough, his body and face melted into an undistinct— What do you mean, acid? What? Where do we go from here?
やめろイブ、間に合わねえ。でも
そちらにとどまるのは危険です。今すぐ下がってください。あれはおそらく強力な硫酸です。触れるだけで肌が焼かれますよ。
そんな。
After all of this, what do you mean? His body is eaten up by acid. Was that there on purpose? Where did all of that come from? I looked up. Above Barreau was a shadow, looking down at us from atop the roof of the building. Is there more than one Barreau? But the moonlight wasn't bright enough to reveal who it was up there. The shadow moved away as the rain ceased. In place of the rain, a large container that probably held the acid fell to the ground. Is there more than one? He looks on what was once his brother's killer, slowly turning into a scalded mass. Oh, bro is traumatized even more. Mathis wasn't looking on with joy or hatred. If anything, his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Can we, bro. Who is this?
油断しすぎよ、まったく。
Huh? I'm sorry? Was that not Mother's voice? All that was left was a burning, mutilated body. Hugo and the corpse arrived on the scene, shortly after the horror we witnessed. They placed a tarp over the body so that no one could see the hideous result. Mother, can I... What?
顔が完全にただれていた。
Oh
あ
my
れでは身元を
god.
調べられん。
Barreau, who terrorized Chedis and threatened the peace of Cohen, met a tragic and gruesome end. The result left a bitter taste in the mouths of everyone who was involved. Bro, can I take a break, please? Nah. A week later.
その
Oh.
悪かった。大量死事件の犯人はあんたじゃなくてブローとかいうやつだったんだな。なのに俺新聞を鵜呑みにして決めつけたりしてごめん。しかもアドルフと一緒に奴を追いかけてやっつけたんだろ。すげえよあんた。
Well...
正直まだ少し怖いけどさ、あんたを見る目を変えられるよ。俺頑張るよ。じゃあ俺チビたちと一緒に遊んでくるな。また後で。
Alright. Alright, Milo. Yeah, see you later. Mother, is this really alright? I faced Mother with a shaking voice.
国が決めたことよ。王家は国民たちをこれ以上不安にさせないため、この決断を下した。
But we hadn't discovered the truth yet. We couldn't do autopsies on the bodies, nor could we figure out who exactly Barreau was. With no proof, the incident was announced to be the doing of Barreau, who distributed illegal drugs across districts. That announcement did remove any suspicion that was on me, but even now, I couldn't forget the sight or odor of the man who died without a single word. Not only that, it's as if they were trying to hide something. There are now more questions than answers. They were just going to end it like this. After telling everyone about the shadow I saw, the others quickly gave chase, but in the end, they couldn't find the shadowy figure anywhere. With the appearance of someone else who might be involved, I could only feel that something bad was still to come. What if Barreau had nothing to do with those who died from suicide?
でも、あなたが起こした不幸でもないわ。犯してもいない自分の罪を相手が背負ったなんて思っているのなら即刻改めなさい。あなたは最初から無実、何もしていないの。それこそ死者への冒涜であり傲慢よ。ブローが数年前から多くの人を惨殺し、今回変死体を狙い
Mother, you're suspicious
アド
now.
ルフたちを殺そうとした事実は変わらない。ひどい結末だったかもしれないけれど、自身の死でその重い罪を償った。そう割り切りなさい。身元がわからないのだから不要なそしりを受けないだけいいでしょう。それに今さら撤回したらまたあなたに恐れや嫌悪が向けられることになるわよ。
Understood.
Oi, 聞いたか？イブたちが大量死事件の真犯人を倒したんだってよ。
I mean, kinda.
相変わらず頼りになる奴らだよな。王族なんかよりよっぽど治安のために動いてくれてるよ。
私たちにとってはもうちょっとした英雄よね。
イブの見舞いだ。あいつの肩の毛が。
おお、腹が立つぐらいにケロッとしてら。こっちの気も知らねえで、あっさり奥の手を使いやがって。切られた場所が悪かったらどうなってたと。
まったくもって同感だ。
You good? Probably not, but
まだ沈んでるのか。
ああ、ブローを見殺しにしちまったこと、よほど答えてるらしい。たく、何年付き合おうが、あいつの思考回路は理解できねえよ。無実の人間を何人もぶっ殺してきた殺人鬼の死に同情するなんてな。
同情じゃねえだろ。
あ？
ひどく一方的だが、あいつは奴に約束してたからな。
flashback. Oh yeah.
大丈夫。君にどんな理由があろうとなかろうと、俺は最初から全てを否定したりしない。君の言い分は時間をとっていくらでも聞き遂げてみせる。その代わり、その後、君が殺してきた人々の墓とあの少年に
だからその約束を果たせないことを単純に後悔してる。
はあ、相棒の狂った綺麗事にも困ったもんだ。
綺麗事だからこそ最後まで貫かないと意味がないんだよ。
いい加減割り切れよ。お前みたいな優しすぎる奴がこの国じゃ損して地獄を見るんだぜ。
完全なる骨折り損だ。
シアンさん、珍しく活動的だったのにほんと残念でしたね。結局ブローが隠した死体も見つからなかったんですって？
Ooh, that is true.
なあ、奴から採取した遺伝子もバックアップデータに該当なし、髪も顔も見事に焼かれ、身元の特定も不可能だ。
つまり一度もリライバーになっていないただの人間だったってことですか。
こんなことなら最初から墓荒らし一択にしておけばよかったか。
もうまたそんなこと言って。イブさんとしないって約束したんでしょ。今から掘り起こすにしても、さすがにもう腐って細かい検視は不可能じゃないですか。
そんなこと言われずとも分かっている。くそ。最終的に得られたのは不在中に溜まった膨大な仕事だ。
I don't like this solo energy we have here, the whole atmosphere. Like, because what are we supposed to do from this point on? Barreau, quotation marks around that, because I'm not even sure if the actual Barreau is dead. But there was someone up top who dropped down the acid on him.
え？得られたもの？お友達ですよ。これを機にイブさんたちと仲良くなって、孤高の一人ぼっちを卒業できるといいですね。
余計な世話だ。俺は無駄な願いをするつもりはない。
坊ちゃん。そろそろ立ち直られたらどうですか？自分の手で仇を取るという願いこそ叶いませんでしたが、あのお方を殺した男は天によって裁かれたじゃありませんか。うん。でもあれだけ必死に追ってきたブローが、兄さんの仇があんなにもあっさり死んだことに、まだ実感が全然なくて。ごめん、じゃあもうしばらく心の整理させてほしい。 坊ちゃん。
Are we gonna speak with Anko again? No matter the tragedy that occurred in our daily lives, the lycra's flowers of misfortune always bloomed in a vivid black color. The flowers I was accustomed to seeing remind me of Barreau's burnt skin, sending fear and disgust through my body. I came here hoping that I'd feel better, but it made things worse. The more I looked at the black flowers, the more clearly my mind recalled that scene. I felt a chill from the ghostly being behind me. There he is! His back peeking out is gorgeous. Anko. It wasn't a ghost, but the watchman of death. From the sound of things, it seemed he knew what happened in the inn. Or perhaps, maybe he's been looking on the whole time. Suddenly, a certain thought came to mind. Excuse me, Anko. That night, I saw a shadow kill Barreau. Was that... I was about to ask if he was that shadow. He responded before I could finish.
初めて出会った際、語っただろう。私の目的は死者を減らすこと。咎人だろうと殺してしまえば、さまよう魂を増やし、自分の首を絞めるだけ。仮に殺すとして、君は私があんな方法を取ると思うかい？
You're right. I couldn't imagine the Watchman of Death actually employing acid as a way of killing someone. I'm sorry for doubting you.
何？構わないよ。だが、咎人の死により一時とはいえ、こうして君の名誉は守られたというのに。一体何が不満だというんだい？
Cause we have
なぜそんなに
nothing.
も憂いた顔をしている？
It's because I still hate myself. In the end, nothing about me has changed. I discovered the happiness of not being shunned or looked down upon. So now, I'm afraid of returning to my secluded life, where I cower from everyone's gossip. I'm still trying to forget that shadow and deny the truth by pinning my own sins on Barreau. I'm looking away from reality so that I can protect myself. What if the reality was that I actually caused misfortune with my powers as death? I didn't have the courage to raise my voice. The least I could do now was... Anko. Thank you very much for stopping me from committing suicide back then. That said, I'm sorry, but I had to refuse your offer. Someone as filthy as I am has no right to live as a normal person.
ならば、君がその本当の真実を暴けばいい。
Ooh? You gonna help me out, buddy? Huh? I raised my head at his irritated voice.
司祭は語れないが、この国にはまだまだ死を招く花の種子が芽吹いている。この短い間に君が歩んだ奇跡は、所詮序章に過ぎないのさ。自ら命を絶つ異様な死も、理不尽によって奪われる死も、この国の呪いに蝕まれ、儚く散っていく死も、あるいは、まだ日向にすら出ていない様々な死も、何一つ解決していない。
I held my breath as the Watchman of Death spoke in a calm voice. Wait. I knew something bad was about to happen. Please, wait. At the very least, the deaths caused by Barreau have ended. Yup.
むしろ始まったばかりだ。
It can't be. The killer's already dead.
教えることはできない。言ったはずだよ。君がその真実を暴きなさい。
He silently walked towards me. His cold palm cradled my cheek. My consciousness felt like it was slipping at the cold, lifeless touch of his hand. God, he's so gorgeous! Uncle was preventing me from running away.
それらの死に、君にとって大切なものの魂を奪われ、この私に冥界へと導かれたくはないだろう。
His words brought an image to mind. The family and friends I had acquired in this short, happy time. Seeing me shiver with fear, the watchman gave a chuckle, and, with a low voice, spoke to this foolish death.
おでにまみれながらもせいぜいあがいてみたまえ。私と災いの花リコリスは、君をいつでもそばで見守っている。
His cursed words prevented my escape. We made it! Oh, thank God! We made it since the route selection. Oh, we're good. Chat, we did it! Oh my God. Like almost 4 hours more of the general route. Wow. This game is so in-depth. I didn't realize how long this one is, but my God, we made it. We made it! So, Bro, even though we saw the body get dissolved by acid, it might not actually be the original Burrow. There might be multiple Burrows out there. Mother is suspicious now because we heard her voice above after that shadow left, so we can't really trust her completely yet. I don't know what her angle is, but we'll see everything. Hopefully everything works out. I don't really trust it. But yeah, this game has a lot. There's just so much info we were given in these 4 hours. And we're firstly going to start the routes next week with Mathis. I am so excited. I cannot wait. Oh my God. I'm really enjoying this one. I definitely see why a lot of people highly recommend this Otome. It's so good. Just the general route, I could eat up so much of it. Oh my God. Okay. So that should be it for today's stream. Tomorrow, I'm going to be playing the indie game Don't Eat the Cashier. It was a submission to the Spooktober Game Jam on itch.io. Looking forward to that one. I guess I flirt with monsters and hope they don't take a little bite out of me. A little Lottie snack. Alright, so that is it for today's stream. Thank you guys for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you guys all later. Bye bye!